Alrighty. Greetings, everyone. Hello. How's it going? What's cracking? What's popping? So we started a bit late today. You will forgive me for this particular infraction. Sadly, it is what it is. It happens. Began a bit late, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, I'll show you why things were late. Actually, hold on. I'll show you why in a second. Let people come and start asking. But for now, we are here. We are underway. We got ourselves Vici Gaming taking on the side of Team Aster. This is a young... hold on, I didn't tweet about this. I should put out the Twitter. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I start late, right? I'm doing this for free, so what y'all gonna do? I mean, what you're probably doing is watching someone else, you know? Lol. Just one sec. The delay will have been worth it. So we got ourselves Vici Gaming and Team Aster, right? Yeah. That's how late I was, y'all. That's how late I was. But it's worth it. I'll show you in a second why this is worth it. We'll let some people start filtering through and come up. For a place in I-League Grand Finals. Nothing much is happening in this game so far anyway, so we're gonna have to stress ourselves out. This game's gonna take a while. Let's see these drafts. Yeah, we're gonna be out here for a bit. At least to like 35, so there's no stress. No stress, no rush. Alrighty, cool. Snare's back in the hoodie. Yeah, Big Johnny. What's good, fam? What's good? Yeah, I'm back in the hoodie. I'm out here. You wanna see something cool, fam? You wanna see something really cool? You wanna see something really cool? So, you ready, Johnny? You ready? I'm gonna show you. You're the first one here, so I'm gonna show you. Right, you ready? 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 New mic, baby. New mic. New mic. New mic. The fundraiser / donation drive went really well, so in between the games we're going to be putting in this new bad boy. I mean, look at it. Let me show you. Ooh, that's sexy. Anyway, we'll talk about that after the game. Hopefully you can... this will actually be pretty great, right? Because if we do game 1 on this mic, the normal Samson Meteor, then in between games we can swap over and then you'll be able to hear the difference. Do me a favor, Johnny. Just let everybody know in Discord. Just like at everybody and let them know I'm live and I'm online. Things are a bit up in the air right now. But Dota time. Let's check out Dota. Let's see what's happening in this young BO3. As mentioned, this particular game is going to be determining who's in the grand finals. So Vici, in my opinion, from what I've seen thus far in the tournament, they've actually looked like the best team to me. Yes, Aster were the ones to beat PSG LGD, who in many respects are the best team in the world, but yeah, Neskeru finally caught me live, fam. What's good, G? What's good? How's it going? How's it going? I hope you're good out here. Happy to have you on. Sorry about being late, as I mentioned, but 100% worth it. I was out buying new gear, so we shall have some audio upgrades in between game 1 and 2 as it stands right now. So the reason also I wasn't really stressed when I started seeing the draft itself about how this game is going to pan out. This is going to take a while. One side has the Magnus Terrorblade in order to make sure that the CB gets as huge as humanly possible, right? But what that does ultimately mean is that their timing is geared a little bit more towards the latter portion of the game. Generally speaking, yes, Magnus does have the capability of fighting the game early and quickly, but what it lacks in games where it's playing with heroes like the Terrorblade is you tend to buy items, especially from the mid lane, like Echo Saber, BKB, AC, etc. You're not necessarily going for big high tempo control of the map. You get really big, you get super big, and you can fight, but does mean that they're not going to be going for these huge engagements. It's not like when you play, for example, Ember Spirit from the mid lane as Vici have. However, they have Ember, Timbersaw, so they definitely want to be pushing the tempo in the mid game. But they've got this Luna, who, despite being able to get off to a very good start, they can look at this draft, realize that no matter how big Luna gets early, we're never going to be so big that we can take 5v5 fights and go up the hill around the 30-35 minute mark. So we might have to angle late ourselves. Well, it'll actually depend on after the second item from this Luna, after she buys Mask of Madness. Right now, PUIW about to just get brought down, buying space so that Ori can escape away from this area. Yeah, Naskeru, I'm good, fam. I'm good. It's been I'll be honest, a bit of a rough couple of days, but things have certainly improved as time has gone on. Vici. Big thing for them in this particular situation, I think, is going to be figuring out exactly where this Ember Spirit is going to be going, like in these middle engagement fights. Ember is really good against the Terrorblade, being able to burst that hero down before it can either get off Sunder or try to turn the fight. However, Team Aster has some amazing counter initiation. They've got Magnus with Blink RP, well, just RP for now, doesn't have Blink Dagger just yet. They've got Winter Wyvern with Curse, you've got Terrorize. It's very difficult to reliably be able to jump the Terrorblade and get out of dodge without any kind of difficulty. 1337 Kappa. Who has the better draft? That's a very difficult question, my friend. This is a very even draft on both sides, if I'll be honest. Who do I favor? That's probably the question you're asking here. This is really close, actually, yo. When I'm looking at these heroes, who do I actually favor here? Who comes out ahead and on top? I would say the Vici draft. Their team fight's a little bit easier to execute.
I'm dead.
Their heroes, the way these heroes scale is in a much more direct and linear fashion than how Team Aster's heroes scale. Eventually, for example, like Batrider and Magnus hit this point in their itemization where there's a point in time where they're not actually advancing as heroes. Where, like, this is after, for example, Batrider has BTs, BKB, maybe the Shard, maybe Blink, but there's a period of time where you're just relying on this hero's spells and the player's understanding of when to use these spells well. And Magnus on the other side, also a hero that is very much reliant on being able to find that counter initiation or just be so big as to attract all the Vici attention, but you still have to play well. Vici, their heroes are a bit dumber, if I can mention it that way. Like, there's less thinking that they have to do in order to be able to win out a lot of these team fights. They just have larger margins of error. For example, there's no way they can miss an Ice Blast and still win a fight. I don't see Team Aster missing an RP and still winning that same fight, so I think the game then becomes easier to play for the side of Vici Gaming. But also, yes, that's a very good point. Hard to favor against Magnus Terrorblade. It's very hard to say you're favored against Magnus Terrorblade. It's just the thing that they have so many tools for the TB. They've got this Ember Spirit, they've got this Timbersaw, they've got this Lion, they've got this Ancient Apparition. In most Timbersaw games, if I just saw Winter Wyvern, Magnus, I'd be like, alright, Timbersaw wins 100% of the time, but this is one of those peculiar games. I do still think it's a very, very close draft. It's like 55-45 between the two teams. Top lane, they did manage to get the kill onto Timber, but look at what it committed and cost them. Even at this stage of the game, Batrider is one of the better heroes against the Timbersaw with maxed out sticky napalm with Firefly. Both were used, only 2 points napalm, but it still required them to also pop the RP to make that kill happen. And the thing is, now that they've used both Lasso and RP, there's no more threat on the map for Vici Gaming, so they're just going to immediately smoke up here. Ori leading the charge on the Ember Spirit. Would ideally love to find one of these targets farming in the jungle. Right now, that particular target is XXX. The Terrorblade not really close by for easy initiation upon. White Album gets revealed. White Album gets scouted out. Hex will be there right as the skewer connects, but there's no way they'll be able to keep him alive. Ice Blast hits, Finger of Death, easy kill. Winter Wyvern does throw out the curse, which connects onto Ori. However, The heroes nearby don't really give that much damage. Also, that's another thing I'm really worried about for the side of Team Aster, is that there's a lot of these games with Winter Wyvern where the Wyvern is really good for multiple heroes on the field. In this situation, it's only really in the event where Luna is nearby that you feel this Winter Wyvern curse is actually that good of a spell. Sure, once the Ember Spirit has Maelstrom, it gets a bit better, but for the most part, these right clicks from these targets that get caught inside the curse aren't really that impressive, so it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world to position a curse such that you reliably kill these heroes. And now you don't have curse. You're going to have RP back online, you do have the lasso up. But this is the difficulty for Aster, right? They need several of their abilities in order to be able to get kills on these heroes from the side of Vici. Vici only will overcommit when they want to be 100% sure, but they could be able to get kills without that. Beautiful dodge down bottom of the Terrorize from Ori. Yo, that was... we see you, Ori. We see you, fam. We see what you're about, man. Also, I feel like my thing is too big here. Let's make me a little bit smaller down bottom. There we go. That might be a bit better. Well, actually, I should actually move to the other side. That makes more sense, and then I'm trying out some new stuff. I mean, I feel like if we've got a new mic, I might as well go ahead and experiment with the presentation of the stream itself as well. How about that? I think I prefer this a little bit more. Commanding a little bit less attention, more focus on the game itself. As we see a Winter Wyvern curse. Help to kill DUI. RP there to hold down Old 11, but there's no fear. Old 11, he's actually going to chase down White Album, and this is a mid Magnus, remember, so losing him is not something that they can afford to have happen on the side of Team Aster. PYW will get taken out as well, so it's two supports in exchange for the life of the Magnus, but I would say hashtag not worth under those sort of circumstances. Because they committed RP again. So now when Magnus comes back, there's no RP to worry about. Ember Spirit, we've already seen, doesn't really have fear of the Terrorize combination. Winter Wyvern Ultimate, only really a threat for some of these supports. So it's a very good game to be in for the side of Vici Gaming as it stands right now. Although they will want to utilize this Batrider Lasso. No access to the Winter Wyvern Curse for the next while. Hey, Loki! Loki! Woohoo! Loki! What a G! Shout out, Loki! Base Loki. Damn, Loki McFly. Thanks to you, fam. I'm gonna show you something really cool just now, Loki, and that you'll love to see. Lanem gets himself taken out by the PYW Lion, who is getting closer and closer towards having Blink Dagger. The really scary thing for Team Aster is how hard they're gonna get wrecked by this Blink Dagger of Lion. It's gonna be really bad, honestly, like, because they also will only have the one Blink Dagger at their disposal, and that Blink is sitting on the Magnus, a hero who desperately does not want to be first out of the gate for these fights. They'll need to find the secondary Blink on XXX as soon as humanly possible so that they have that additional route of initiation. Otherwise, so you have this Ember, right, who has no mobility issues at all, right, as a hero by himself, nor does Timbersaw have any of these issues. Now, these two heroes dive deep into the fight, headlong into the engagement. They can draw some attention and create a little bit of space for the Lion to come in the back lines, find a catch onto Lanem, find a catch onto Borax, prevent those heroes from being effective early on in the fight. Or even if the Magnus Ember Spirit get caught first, they don't know how close this Lion is to Blink Dagger, so they could potentially surprise them with him being the one to counter initiate in these fights. It will depend though, as we now see a big smoke emerging from the side of Team Aster. White Album will not be able to catch anyone with the Blink RP, so yeah, let's just go. Oh, wait, do I? So based. Oh, you're so happy. This is why you want to play the 5 position on the team sometimes, to break these smokes. Old 11 now knows to get out of dodge, and they are going to be able to kill him though. Lasso there, Terrorize, double damage on White Album. Should be able to claim that one easily. Also, now we do have the maxed out Napalm and Firefly, so way too much damage. Timbersaw, I don't believe, has access to a full pipe either, so he can't get himself out of danger in that situation. Pop. Low-key, what a legend. What a legend. Wavy. What's up, fam? W7, how you doing? How you doing? The homie's out here. The homie's out here. By the way, the reason I'm late, y'all, for those who just arrived, Johnny saw earlier why this is happening. New mic. Oh. Gonna be a definite upgrade over this Meteor mic that I've got sitting here. So what I'm gonna try and do, we're gonna try and install this in between. I don't know if I want to do it in between games or in between series. We'll see. Mid lane. We have a small fight starting here as they're gonna get the grab out onto the Luna. At the same time, they bring down XXX, but with the blink, the RP, and the skewer back, they are able to find a quick grab and kill, bringing down the Luna. There was a lasso, I believe, in that fight as well. I mean, I'll be honest, I wasn't paying attention. I was busy showing you all the new mic. But we're watching a replay, babe. Or we're not watching live, so we can just go back in time. Easy. So let's see what happened, right? White Album does have RP. I think Luna was out of position because I remember XXX died on this side of the fight, right? How did Luna get here? Ah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, Puyo was very out of position. Very, very out of position. Yeah, the rest of your team is here on this western part of the fight. You're there all by yourself on the east. Major mistake right there from Erica. It's not game losing just yet, but those are the kind of things that can become game losing. Also, the first build-up from this Luna has been almost entirely defensive in nature. Mask of Madness as the farming item, of course, but then S and Y directly into BKB. I think Sanj needs a nerf. I hope it gets a nerf before TI. It doesn't have to be a major one, but some kind of nerf. We see Winter's Curse. XXX does have Lasso. This is going to be a dead Luna. And they don't have any protection nearby her. So she will just end up getting brought down. Borax does at the very least get taken out in exchange for this, but the big thing for me is that Aster not only managed to kill her, they kill her in the midst of her being able to pick up the ancient stacks. So that slows down the hero, takes away an avenue of farm on the map. It also is going to force Vici Gaming to play around that area for the next few minutes to try and force out some D-wards. We already see a sentry plop down near the Roshan pit. Mid, oh, they almost lost White Album. If old 11 had level 15, that would actually be a dead target right there. Would have gotten the spell amp, but Magnus does live. Get out of dodge. What sucks now though, right, for Aster, and this is always gonna suck. Whenever they've used some of their spells, they have to avoid fights a little bit. However, the way that they've started to set up on the map has made it a bit more dangerous for Vici to venture out, given that they have a little bit more of the vision control right now. I mean, look at that. This is the Vici vision. I'd rather be playing on Aster side right now. Yeah, zero reason to be there as the Luna. But she found herself in that position and will end up getting taken out as a result. The question now is going to be exactly in which fashion they're going to try find a way back for the team. Because I think Vici is now not in the best place anymore in terms of like their positioning on the map. Especially not because the Terrorblade is about to catch up to Luna. The thing is, it's fine for Luna to be building in such a way that she's gonna outfarm and outstrip the TB and keep pace with him, but if you start falling behind as Luna, Terrorblade eats you. Like, you get it demolished. Especially because the Terrorblade in this game will also have Empower for the bonus damage. Speaking of Empower, the Magnus about to get brought down here in the mid lane. White Album can do nothing about this. Will instead... Unfortunately, that doesn't count as a stack for PYW. It took too long. I believe it's only like, what, 4 seconds? 3 seconds, 3 seconds. So PYW ends up not getting the additional charge. However, they do bring down the Magnus, and without Mag being online, they feel comfortable smoking up. PYW might not have the finger, but does still have Blink Initiation. And they're going to move towards the bottom side of the map. Team Aster recognize that they are in some degree of danger, trying to retreat behind the tier 1 tower. And they will manage to do so successfully. The approach from Vici a little bit too slow. And they're actually just going to back up and smoke themselves. They have the Magnus coming up in a couple of seconds. They have all their ultimates for the first time without Vici having the full complement themselves. DY gonna attempt to TP out, will not succeed in doing so, but does draw all the attention from Team Aster towards him. So we'll create enough space that the smoke doesn't actually end up being super successful. Still better for Team Aster, given that their smoke succeeded, whereas Vici's did not. Ultimately though, for Vici, they're still in the same somewhat sorry state they were a few minutes ago. Because the smoke doesn't succeed, Team Aster now can get further map control. Still have this Magnus be a very effective part of the game. They haven't lost a Roshan either. So we don't have this particular situation where Team Aster are necessarily playing on this back foot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
3k gold lead for Vici Gaming, but it's a very scary game. We've got the double blink daggers, BKB coming for this Magnus, but the huge thing is that now the Terrorblade is finished. Oh, XXX can't get the lasso catch in the top lane. Ori does manage to zip away in time, building into the Aghanim Scepter. But the scary thing for me, the really scary thing, is that now Terrorblade is finished with defensive items, can get to build offensively. PYW in the top lane is going to try and get a quick kill onto Lanem. Lanem will live. They didn't want to commit to really kill that Winter Wyvern, so they used the Eclipse from Poyoyo, but Erica. Aight fam, let's talk, let's do it. What the hell, buddy? What's going on? You aight fam? You good? Because he pops the Eclipse there, but I don't think he uses Lucent Beam. You aight, Erica? You good? You Gucci fam? Need some water? Everything alright? Oh boy. That should be a dead Lanem, and that should be them being able to get more control around Roche. For example, this ward that they planted here, they should have been able to plant it with much more confidence instead of having to have the team be very cagey around that movement. Bottom lane, they're going to try and kill White Album. The remnants forward from Ori, and with the Ice Blast already being applied to the mag, they should be able to get that grab. In the mid lane, Terrorblade with XXX, they're trying to bring down the Timber Sword. They're going to manage to do so. Firefly, too good of a spell against Old 11. So they end up trading the Timber Sword for the Magnus. On the hunt here, Vici. Oh god, they found Monet. Perfect hero to catch, perfect hero to kill, perfect hero to get your first finger of death stack. PYW. Look at him go. They are able to secure that particular kill, and this is going to lead into the potential first Roche of the game. Aegis is going to be available, but the thing for Aster that's going to be quite scary is they do still have several incredible ultimates around the pit. Still have Terrorize, we still have Bedlam, still have the Bramble Maze, still have Winter's Curse, still have RP. Team Aster around the Roshan pit is terrifying. Do not engage them in this area of the map. White Album. BKB being built up for this Magnus here. And they're gonna smoke up now on the side of Team Aster. How far are we towards the Skadi? We're still not there just yet. So Terrorblade not gonna be a part of the smoke, but yet again, guess who has been the bane of all their smokes? DY, baby. Gonna die again, but very happy to do so. Now they can't even plop down the usual ward positioning. Look at the spot that was ended up being adopted there by Lanem. Man, Lanem is so good at Dota. Lanem recognizes that, alright guys, you know, there's no way in hell that we come to this side of the map, get a kill here, and the opposing team, when they return, don't try to get some D wards. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get an observer ward down, not in one of the usual spots. We'll get one down in the advanced position, right? And we'll drop down a sentry to block their ancient camp. So when they use a D ward, they're gonna try D ward with the sentry in this position or like here or something. Either way, there's a very low percentage chance that they both D ward the ancient camp and catch out the observer ward on the other side. And of course, if you're playing on Vici Gaming, you're gonna prioritize D warding the ancient camp. Now that DUI is alive, let's see what he does. Let's see what he does. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Now they're not gonna get the D ward off the obs ward. So smart, Lanem. So smart. So smart. Some of y'all might have asked, aren't they wasting sentries because they had another one here which just got dewarded? But nope, it was exactly the intention to get dewarded so that he could keep the real ward. So smart. What a guy. Yeah, Finger is too strong. The Finger combo, that's why PYW is buying Aeon Disc. He knows that his role in these fights is literally just to be there to threaten with DY. They should both buy Aeon Discs if possible. They're getting the Vessel first for the Ancient Apparition, which is also really, really good in this game. Vessel by itself is already a great item, but great against heroes like the Magnus, for example, who will get super tanky in this game. Good against TB as well. However, with Ice Blast, my god, this item is so, so good. Yeah, dude, Lion, this hero with, as soon as Blink Dagger comes online, it just gets so scary. Like, immediately terrifying. There's very few heroes who get that same spike in danger with just one item. There's a lot of other heroes who get amazing after 2 or 3 items, but in terms of this hero is okay to this hero is tier 1 every single game, Blink Dagger for Lion, incredible. Old 11 got jumped middle, but now we are at the point where Old 11 is not just rolling with the Hood of Defiance, has the full Kaya Sanja, Lotus Orb, building into an Octarine core as well. Not in a position where he's an easy kill by any stretch of the imagination. So Team Aster simply do not have the easy option in this situation of being able to kill Old 11, and to add insult to injury, he'll just go ahead and deny their tower. And because he ended up being Lasso, they do not have it available further. RP from White Album catches 2 PYW and Old 11, and with Monet right on top of him, he can start tearing through the fight. In the meantime, Ember Spirit gonna get brought down, got terrorized while killing the Winter Wyvern. Doesn't have a BKB, did not manage to remnant out in time, and then they just shred him with the physical damage. Okay, Monet just gets a double damage rune. Okay. Roshan? Monet? Monet? Bro? 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 Alright. I am very surprised by this. Team Aster win a fight. They get 3 kills out of that fight. They pick up a double damage rune thereafter. They hadn't committed all the spells from this Dark Willow. They still had access to BKB, but they don't try to take Roche. Vici is the team that's in Roche, alright. But maybe this was the plan, it was a trap that they were setting. Now they've done their work for them. Roshan at half HP. Monet, will he be able to get inside the Skewer from White Album? Does not connect flush onto the Timbersaw. They're still waiting in the vicinity of this. Monet does not have access to the DD rune anymore. And turns out he wasn't done fully with the defensive item build. Gonna come back for the SNY. But we have SNY, BKB with the Skadi. What comes next after this, actually? I'm not 100% sure. Poyoyo. Gonna smoke up him and the gang. Yet again, somehow Vici. Dude, if Vici are the ones that get this Roche, I'll be so surprised. Lanem has the Winter's Curse, does not have, of course, okay, there we go, find the target. It's going to be onto this Luna. RP, will it hit in time? It will not be needed. Finger of Death will take out XXX. At the same time, no, Poyoyo will die. Aegis of the Immortal was snatched by the Magnus, and he's able to take it, come back to life after losing his first one. Ori caught as well by the Urn of Shadows. He might end up ticking out. That's actually a full Spirit Vessel onto the Ember Spirit. Will he die? Somehow, he manages not to. 80 HP. He stays alive. Borax gets taken out though by Old 11. 2 for 1 so far. Make that a 2 for 2. As they also end up losing the Lion. Old 11 now in danger. Realizes that all his allies have left him. And does commit the RP from White Album to make sure there's no escape on that Timber. Wait, is that a dieback on Timbersaw? When did he buy back? Either way, that's Alright, so here's what's happening in this game, right? Team Aster is straight up and down. Not outplaying Vici Gaming, right? Just making better decisions than Vici Gaming. Because, like, you know, sometimes when we talk about teams outplaying other teams, right? There's 2 categories of outplay, in my opinion. There are these sheer, yo, this guy is just better than you. What are you supposed to do? He's out-clicking you and making you look like a chump in the middle of the fight. There's that. And then there's situations like what we saw where it's just, hey man, we made the decision as Team Aster. For example, this lasso down bottom, it might net them a kill. Indeed, it looks like it. There's no BKB. There's an Orchid from White Album. So Ember Spirit caught, killed, brought down. Consider all the fights we've been seeing, right? Vici Gaming, when they've gone for the aggressive smokes, to be fair, they've only been able to find it on White Album with like the big plays onto him. But in the middle of that Roshan pit, for example, you would ideally only want the Luna in. Like, sure, I understand Timbersaw wants to be there to tank the damage, but they know there's a Winter Wyvern in the game. They know there's RP. They need to make sure that they have counter initiation. And when they counter initiate, it doesn't help, for example, that Ember Spirit in the fight goes on to Magnus. Magnus, who at the time... So Ember, Timber, as well as Luna, they started putting damage onto Mag. But White Album doesn't have RP. Had already snatched the Aegis. Had already used all of his spells. Killing him won't really change the nature of the fight. Ori dropped like 2-3 remnants on him. And he dies, but it's just the Aegis. He comes back, helps to almost kill Ori on the respawn. In the meantime, Team Aster, if you looked at their focus in that fight, as soon as they understood they'd stunned Luna, everything went down onto the Luna. Literally everything. They didn't care about anything else. They're like, kill her. After she's dead, cool. Now we can start focusing on other targets. Now suddenly, this Lion looks very, very palatable. I mean, DY, you just had a rough game, buddy. You're gonna end up dying. And they bring him down. They also managed to cancel the TP away from PYW. Ooh, this Lion is dead too, right? Bye-bye. And they should be able to take him down. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Vici's outplaying themselves. Lol, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lasso committed here onto the Timbersaw. It is going to just be the Lotus Orb that bounces it back, but now Old 11 needs to flee because it's taking a lot of damage from Monet and getting closed in on by the rest of the squad. They really want to find the Timbersaw and they should be able to chase him and kill him. Get him in the trees. Yeah, this game's over. GG, well played. This game is done and dusted. I was mentioning, if Terrorblade gets ahead of you like this, Terrorblade went for the full Daedalus already. You as Luna are still languishing, like looking for this Aeon Disc. The problem is you have to be ahead of TB to have a successful situation. You can't be behind. Because this is Terrorblade doesn't even have the Empower half the time. When they get serious in the fights, they'll give it to him and it's going to be an obscene amount of damage. Especially with the Magnus. Almost at to level 25, so... We'll definitely... I think, you know, in many other games, you might want the bonus RP timing, but... The damage potential here, especially with the Orchid AC, you definitely get yourself the Empower. Bonus damage at level 25. Actually, not kidding, now that you mention it, it was literally from that play in the mid lane when Poyoyo got caught in a very bad position. Like, dude, like, what were you doing? Actually, no, there were two massive mistakes Poyoyo made. They're about to kill Ember Spirit in the jungle right now. How does Ember not have BKB? Wait, how did they kill him? Was that RP? Okay, it was RP. Alright. Let's see what happened. Let's see what happened. Let's see what took place here. So, Ember doing his thing. Oh, he didn't have BKB. It wasn't arrived yet. It's coming. Or rather, he bought the recipe. But then here comes White Album. RPs him. After RP ends, there's going to be the silence. Yeah, can't do anything. Doesn't have Yules, doesn't have BKB at the time, doesn't have Aeon Disc, just ends up losing his life. That's a feels bad right there. But it was the two moments, right? When Luna got caught here was really bad, but for me, where the game also felt really different. Remember when they went top to try kill Winter Wyvern and they committed the full Eclipse? And afterwards, they were like, shit, we've just committed Eclipse, right? This was one of the few times when Aster still had all their team fight spells, so they felt they couldn't actually go for a fight afterwards until they got Eclipse again, which is true. And that just gave so much time to Aster because then suddenly Vici was the ones back to playing passive even though they just picked up Blink Dagger on Lion. They just gotten themselves, I believe at the time, the full BKB on Luna. But after that, the game just becomes so passive. And yeah.
Is under attack.
Playing a passive game versus Terrorblade Magnus. Good times. Good times.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Vici. We now find ourselves with them desperately trying to claw a situation back. White Album. Ooh, that sucks, mate. That sucks, mate. That sucks, mate. Popping BKB by mistake. It happens. It happens to the best of us. That kind of sucks. Sorry, White Album. Also, a big thing about not having access to the big RP in that situation, or big, not long BKB, excuse me, is now it is down to 6 seconds. However, is he pulling Nullifier here? Dude, Ori is just gonna be hating life, even though he has the BKB going into Aeon Disc, can still get jumped by the RP and die.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Although I will say that, expensive as it is, some of my favorite combo of items is Nullifier with an Orchid / Bloodthorn.
Has fallen.
It's just so much disable on one hero that they can do literally nothing about. It's so annoying.
I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hurricane Pie complete here for the Timbersaw. Dude, Nully Magnus, bruh. What are you supposed to do? You get RP'd, there's an Orchid, there's a Nullifier. Die, there's nothing else you can do. And he went for the additional timing on the RP plus 1 second. It's not a bad spell at all. I see very little problem with this. I prefer the Empower in this game, just because I don't think they need the lockdown anymore. Honestly, they're strong enough that they can just punch through Vici Gaming right now. Now that you have RP, Poyo is hating life even harder. I mean, you're already hating life having to have gone Aeon Disc. Like, Aeon Disc, BKB. If you get Aeon Disc later in the game, it's not so bad. But when the opponent has Skadi and you don't because you had to buy Aeon Disc, you're not happy about that situation. Skadi's... I mean, we've already been seeing the impact this has been having in this game. On the Timber, on the Ember. Monet 3, 1, and 9. Game has been decent so far for Team Aster, and they're gonna smoke up. Coming now to look for a final fight, potentially. Old 11 to get the lasso out. It's gonna be Lotus Top. At the same time, RP from White Album. That's the target they wanted. They wanted Poyo. Nullifier down as well so that the Aeon Disc cannot protect him. You spend all that gold for nothing, my friend. PYW jumps up onto the high ground. They get the distraction play onto Monet after finding the Hex Impale. Won't be enough to keep the Lion alive. He will die. In the meantime, Ori does have to commit the full BKB, most of his remnants, and all he gets out of it is a Winter Wyvern kill. Team Aster will soon be rewarded. Poyo? Erica? The fuck? Alright, you know what we need to do. Let's try and understand what he was thinking. Okay. So he's fighting on the triangle where his team just lost a big engagement. He knows there's a Roche that's happening. Alright. Dude! What is this? Oh, he doesn't have BKB. Doesn't have the Aeon Disc. Alright, that's game losing stuff. Just get us out of this game, please. Just get us out of here. Get us out of here. Win the game, Master. Win the game. Get us out of here. This is ridiculous. What? Erica! Poyo! Dude! Wow, okay. Okay. Hi, cool story, fam. Cool story. Well, now Aster will get the Roshan for free. Aegis Cheese with the Aghanim shard. TB hasn't bought his own shard. Has anybody else gotten their own shards? Doesn't seem like it, except for Dark Willow. Give it to Magnus, I think. Horn Toss is quite nice. Yeah, there we go. They give the Horn Toss to Mag. Did the Cheese to the Magnus as well. And Nullifier picked up now as 2. Wait, where did the Cheese go? Did he eat it? Oh no, it's on the Winter Wyvern, right? Aid is of course going to be given towards this Terrorblade, terrifying Terrorblade, who is now 12k up on the Luna. Satanic, Daedalus, Skadi, Hurricane Pike, BKB, buying Refresher, which is already on its way. So Refresher 7th item, the 6th item is technically SNY, but it has something has to be backpacked right now. And you still have access to this Flicker. Oh god. Actually, not kidding, that's on me, because I started so late, I think everybody is watching BTS stream instead, like the main stream. I don't know if Jeeves is streaming right now, so people might be watching him as well. You know, it is what it is. I was late because I was buying a new mic. What can I say? Latu dragging back this Ancient Apparition. DY caught in a bit of a bad position. There was an RP committed, not the best one in this game from White Album. It got the Blink Dagger, I believe, got disabled by the Ember Spirit, but Winter's Curse will not be disabled as PYW suffers this. The Aeon does get rid of it very quickly, but there's still more than enough damage from the Terrorblade for that to be a kill. Poyoyo still alive, still has access to BKB. Aeon Disc already been popped, and now they jump up. Oh, White Album Horn Toss able to drag Poyoyo back into the other side of the fight. No Aeon Disc, no BKB, no buyback. Down for the count, and now Old 11 caught in by Borax with the Terrorize. That should lead them into a kill. None of these heroes have buyback. Everybody is dead. Everybody's gone. And GG is called. And Vici Gaming, off the back of some... I don't even want to describe what the decision making we saw today was. It was just shocking. Hydro Druva, yes indeed, we do have a BO3, so don't stress about this, comrade. But this was a peculiar game from the side of Vici Gaming. Honestly, Team Aster won this out because Vici, there was just a point where they hit they went to the wall, right? They were like, okay, not turn on the lights, but they hit the switch, play badly. Click. Like, you know, I hope we have that dip in the graph. It was a bit sooner than this. It was around here. Like, you can literally see. This is where Luna dies, right? Let's actually see. Was that her first death, I believe, in the game? Let's see. Around here. No, that's after this. Did she have BKB, that first dumb death? I think she already had BKB, right? So I think it was death number 2. It won't have been death 1, so... No, but it feels like it's further on than this. Maybe like here. At around 30 minutes. How much is the Terrorblade's net worth at 30? Let's see. That'll tell us a lot because that's when the TV started. Around the time where TV started to overtake her. Oh yeah, that is the point. Hey, you love to see it. You love to see it. So my memory is still not terrible, but literally right there, 30 minutes into the game, and there's a bleh. And yeah, Vici should have won that game. Honestly, they outplayed themselves. They started making bad decisions about how to approach fights. We don't want to point fingers, but this is 100% the fault of Poyoyo. So, you know, we don't do this all the time, right? We don't do this all the time. Normally we have that putting in work award who, in this game, for Team Aster, I must say that, you know, shout out at the end of the day to this Monet TB who did everything that this team needed him to do. But the We See You award, you know who we see here? Poyoyo, Erica. What's happening, cuz? What's happening? We don't know what the hell that was. That was shocking decision making coming in there. But still, game 1 in the books here for Team Aster and Vici Gaming. I do believe we'll have a little bit of a wait before game 2 starts. Who was I watching off of? Hey, they're out here. Shout out to them. And they're going to be able to give me... Oh, I understand what's happening. I understand. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Anyway, game 2 coming. Don't go anywhere. Make sure that if you aren't already, that you're following. I mean, there's like 19 of us here. It's a very intimate day today, Lel. Because I fucked up on the advertising. It is what it is. Either way, what we're gonna do... Oh, not scared to... No! Snap. Crap. I'm not on my mod page right now. Snap. We need one of our mods to be out here. Lol. Sorry about that, fam. So yeah, we'll be What do y'all think? Should I set up the mic now or between? I'll set up between series. I'll set up between series so that I actually have time to sit, configure, do all the right things. You know, not scared to run up out of the O-bot, yo. The O-bots will get you. The O-bot will get you. Anyway, that's game 1 in the books. And we're going to come back shortly for game number 2 between these two squads. One of them will, of course, wind up in the grand finals, be the big boss of the tournament so far. The other one, gotta go through RNG, which is the next BO3. But the way this looked, honestly, Team Aster should win this. Yeah, the way this looked. Team Aster, I wouldn't say anywhere near their former glory as a team, but yeah. They're out here. They're out here. They definitely did better than Vici on this one. Lol, dude. Lol, dude. Anyway, oh, actually I had the wrong overlay on. My bad. Either way, game 1 done. Game 2 coming. And we hope and pray that Vici Gaming have better Dota to show us. That they stay consistent in their Dota. Play the same style that they did from minute 0. And not just completely fall off after a certain point in the game. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. More Dota 2 will continue. What's up? What's up, ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades? I'm busy doing setup on the other mic. Oh man, yo, can't wait for the next series. Actually, I can't wait for the next series. Wait, why am I all blurred out right now? What the hell? Hello, camera. Hello. There we go. Anyway, we out here. We back doing game 2 between Vici Gaming and the side of Team Aster. This is a game here in I-League which is going to determine who goes to grand finals tomorrow and who still has to play it out later on today against the side of RAG to figure out which one of these two teams actually has what it takes. To be the big Bausch waiting in the grand finals tomorrow. It's going to be quite fun, going to be entertaining to see. That makes me kind of unhappy, but it's fine. It's all good. It's all good. So, we have a game. I don't think we're going to have a third, if I'm honest. I really like this Lich Razor as the opening duo against the Templar Assassin type of lineup. The Razor, of course, we've seen it just ruin TAs in general, but I think this Lich as a hero, it's going to be an interesting game to see how Lich performs versus Broodmother. I wonder if the bonus armor given by the Frost Shield will help out at all versus Brood. For me, it's about the slow pulses, right? How much is the movement slow from those Frost Shield pulses? Let's quickly check. I haven't seen Lich in such a long time. Let's see. Frost Shield. Move slow. 20, 25, 30, 35. Which is, they do 50 damage per pulse. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how that fares against Brood. I also think that Razor is one of the better heroes against Brood as well. And honestly, I just think Razor's underpicked in the meta in general right now. I think this hero is, like, it's picked a lot, but it's still underpicked, which is kind of preposterous, right? By the way, predictions are open and things are open. The thingamabobs are open. The bets. Oh, football. Hey, go take it easy, Johnny. Go take it easy, fam. Go take it easy. You're a striker now. Okay. Good luck, fam. Good luck. Score all the goals for us. Oh, wow. As I'm busy looking towards Johnny's footballing, we look back towards the game and we see that Team Aster got themselves a pick of this Naga Siren. Okay. Well, if you want to be Lewandowski last season, and then you can be like Messi this season. Have you seen how hard Messi carried Barcelona in 2021? It was crazy. Which is a bit unfortunate because Lewandowski should have won Ballon d'Or last year. But because they didn't give it to him this year, it's like, just on numbers, Messi has to get it again, which sucks. Grim Razor, good combo. Grim Lich, amazing combo. The Razor Naga is an interesting and intriguing one though, because it does mean that this team doesn't have that much setup right now for the side of Team Aster. But it's fairly difficult for Vici Gaming to run into them either, right? They've got this Lich that can of course make things difficult with the Sinister Gaze, Frost Shield, Chain Frost. You've got the Ink Sword stun that makes it hard for heroes like Brood TA to run down Razor. Of course, you also have the Naga Sleep this game. This is a very interesting draw from Team Aster. Also, I'm starting to get cold. 1 second. I need something. One sec. I need my blanket.
5 seconds remaining.
The real MVP of the snare casting stream, y'all. Honestly, these last few months, it's been one of the coldest winters in South Africa. And absent this here little blanket, I would have been dead by now. No way. I would have been frozen directly to my seat. Would have been awful. But now we're out here. Johnny, you are correct. We also have the double net from the Naga Siren, which is much scarier than you'd think. Naga Siren. I'm also wondering what Vici is going to put into the 5 position for this game. The reason I'm feeling a bit iffy about it is I'm trying to think of what one hero gets them everything that they need, right? Because they need some kind of initiation. They get the clockwork, which is going to give that to them. They needed a hero that's going to initiate for them. They would ideally want a hero that can break up fights, which Clockwork can actually do. Wanted a hero which helps you stabilize your lanes, which Clock actually does. Wanted a hero who, the further and further we go into the game, who doesn't just fall off and become useless. I suppose in this game you can buy Aghanim Scepter. Overclock in this game seems very, very good, especially at interrupting these two supports, not allowing them to cast their spells as they'd like. Unfortunately though, one thing that concerns me about those drafts from Vici Gaming is what do they do when Team Aster is coming at them? It's only really this Clockwork that can help a bit, right? But let's say Clock isn't having the greatest game and Aster is just rolling at you. They're just coming. What do you do? How do you actually deal with that with this draft? It's that cold, Naskeru. It's absurdly cold. Yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was yesterday. Was the coldest day of the year in South Africa. It was awful. I was dying, man. Yeah, now we have Inkswell Burrow Strike. Now we have double Burrow Strike thanks to the Soulbind. Now we also have a very easy way of dealing with the Broodlings. Make sure that the spiders always go down in the middle of the fights. Now we also have another way of cancelling out the TA's refraction. They definitely have better team fight now on the side of Team Aster. Before, I will admit that their team fight was heavily reliant on Borax. The Grimstroke pretty much needed to do everything. But now that they have the Sand King, there's a hero that takes pressure off of Grim. He's the one that starts fights for them. Gonna make life difficult for Vici Gaming, although it is still possible behind the strength of this Ori Leshrac. That being said, I personally don't like Lesh without a heal. There's no Abaddon, there's no tree, there's no IO, there's nothing. It's just a raw, naked Leshrac. And I feel like this hero has a lot of survivability issues by itself, especially in a game where they're putting this Templar Assassin in the safe lane. And then Old 11 will play from the off lane on the Broodmother. I don't think the Brood lane is bonkers enough versus Naga Siren such that you get anything going. In fact, Naga, one of the best heroes in the game versus Brood at most stages of the game. It's only like the first 2 levels that you have a chance. After that, life becomes difficult. So Team Aster's gonna 2-0 this one. If you still haven't made your prediction points, it is time to bet on Team Aster. If you're gonna bet real money, do not quote me, but if I was gonna bet money, I would have bet on Aster from this. This draft is much better than the Vici one.
30 seconds to
Vagrant Aster draft freaking coded, but Vici will prevail. Lol. I mean, yo, honestly, another thing that's not giving me confidence about Vici, we saw some shocking things from Poyoyo in game 1. Let's hope we don't get the same here. It's also safe lane TA, which I'm always like about.
This is it.
It can work, obviously, but I feel it's not one of these things that just reliably works no matter what. Every single game, you just pick it without worry. There is definitely consideration to be made about when and where is it the best. Just as there's consideration to be made about when and where and when exactly I'll stop editing this freaking scene. The answer to that is never, by the way. I'm always going to be adjusting here. That might be a bit better, actually. I like this a bit more. Now, we get into the game. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. This mid lane matchup, Razor versus Leshrac. This is a very intriguing match. I've seen both results, where Razor wins and where the Leshrac wins. By and large, I've been seeing Leshrac more successful in this lane, but for the most part, also the first times I see kills have been coming from these Razors, but they often have help. In this game, the heroes to help them out. I feel like it's more important for both Grimstroke and Lich to be helping out in the lanes. So, just going to be a steady lane middle. I don't think we're going to have much action on that side of the map. Leshrac should be able to come away aces there. Bottom is where life sucks. Old 11 not going to be enjoying himself. It's going to be a very free lane from that Naga Siren. So she's going to get everything. The hope for Vici Gaming is that Poyoyo can do the same up top, but it is not that simple for this Templar Assassin. Once they start getting points into Sandstorm, Caustic Finale, life starts to become a lot more difficult for her. And The thing is, she's not playing in this mid lane where she can rely just on the terrain advantage to outskill her opponent. You would actually be shocked at the difference side blades makes when you're not hitting. Say, for example, if you're playing from the mid lane and you're playing with the Templar Assassin, you're positioned on the high ground, and then you're using side blades from that angle. It's a lot different of a matchup than just side blades heads up against the opponent. So, for now, it's still going to be quite a lot of farm for Poyoyo. Still need more levels from XXX before there's any kind of threat in that lane. But Poyoyo cannot afford to have a bad time at all. White Album, even right now in the CS war against this Leshrac, and they're trying to kill Lana and bottom. That's not going to happen. Would have been amazing if they could. These early levels against Lich is also a time when this hero is somewhat vulnerable. But I'm really scared. They actually have no answers for Monet, do they? Like, sure, they are playing against Leshrac. Leshrac is the best hero against Naga Siren, bar none in the game. I mean, this is an illusion hero playing against Leshrac. But, like I said, I personally feel the thing that makes Leshrac very strong is its supporting cost. Nobody in this game is gonna buy... Like, do you even buy Urn and Shadows on this Clockwork early in this game? You might have to. Somebody has to buy an Urn. Somebody has to make sure that they have some kind of sustain for the team. I don't think there's space for a mech on anybody either. I'm really worried about the survivability of this Leshrac. They also don't have like a save either. Say a Shadow Demon. Something like that, just to make sure the hero stays alive longer in a fight. They're going to be very reliant on this Clockwork Goblin to ensure that he gets off the correct catch to keep the rest of the team in such a position that they can't actually reach this Leshrac. Yeah, Vici has very little room for error. They actually have no room for error at all. Because consider their draft, right? All of their heroes need a lot of greed to be effective. PYW, nice bushwhack down bottom. Their heroes need farm to be effective on the map. If they start making any mistakes or have a situation where a fight goes badly for them, then there's less available space on the map to claim that farm back. Especially considering they're playing into Naga. Naga has this tendency where if she gets ahead, she starts to take over the entire map, including your side of it. So Vici has to prevent that from happening at any and all costs. I would not be surprised once we get like level 6 from Lesh, where the exclusive target for his rotations is this bottom side of the map. One thing that sucks as well for Lesh, once you start moving on the map, it's not that easy to actually get rotations. We're going to see top, this might be the first blood. Inkswell will trigger XXX inside the power cogs with DY. There will be no salvation for this clock. Poyoyo maybe thought about doing a Meld Strike back onto the Sand King, but ultimately will end up being a pointless maneuver. And there can be no success garnered on that side of the map. Team Aster in a good place still with the CS war happening. Broodmother has been able to get her own back down bottom, but level 4 is about to be picked up by Monet. I wonder what the build is going to be here for the Naga Siren. Generally speaking, when we tend to see this hero, the build is normally the same, right? Manta Diffusal into Skadi, or whatever order you want those 3 items. It's usually Manta Diffusal, but I've seen Diffusal Manta before. I don't think it's good, but I've seen it. I don't think this game would necessitate anything like an S and Y, so... Well, actually, you might want to deviate from Manta just because you're playing against Lesh. But... yeah, that might be the option. You might go S and Y because of Leshrac. And speaking of Lesh, though, is about to die to White Album. It's going to be the first blood. I mentioned earlier, usually I do see these kills happening from the Razor first. It doesn't happen in the laning phase because nobody could help him. But once he cracks the 6, can easily run down the Leshrac, secure the first blood in this mid lane. Does not allow for White Album to put pressure onto the tier 1 tower in the meantime. However, still 100% worth it to get a kill like that. Naga first item Mean Hammer, lol. No cap, Meme Hammer is actually a good item this game. I could definitely see the item being effective, but I doubt it'll be built up. And Naga is gonna go for the Manta first. So Manta Diffusal is going to be her choice of build in this situation. Top lane, Poyo in. Oh god, Poyo was dead. Oh god. Now that they have this, we were talking about it earlier in the lady phase. Sandstorm with Caustic Finale wreaks havoc on your refraction, and we just got to see it there. Tried to escape away from the Sand King with Inkswell on him. Could not do so. Ends up getting brought down here. And the thing is, because they've also gotten this kill middle, White Album's had such a good time that Leshrac has practically no net worth at this stage of the game. White Album also gonna find Leshrac again in the river. This time around there is assistance levied from the Grimstroke. But that's 2 kills. Now they know that XXX is alone in the top lane, but sadly, they just don't have the same kill threat. In fact, he just pops Sandstorm. They don't even want to use the Sentry Ward. They know that it's kind of pointless, that once he Burrow Strikes, he should be fine. Monet down bottom, Sinister Gaze thrown out onto Old 11, and Monet with the help of Borax. Well, this sucks. Leshrac wants to be rotating bottom to kill Naga, but Aster supports are rotating to the side of the map instead to kill Broodmother. And Naga continues to accrue strength. Almost got the Yasha now. Alright, this is terrifying. Vici honestly can't lose a game if the next 5 minutes has them still falling behind on lanes. This game is unwinnable. They needed kills like that. That kill on Borax helps a lot. Recovery for Ori. Because they can't afford to just have these Aster heroes just getting more and more farm in them with no counter, no way to deal with them. Especially because, as mentioned, Lesh is the only thing that even remotely deals with Naga in this game. And sure, it is the one-to-one hard counter. However, the rest of the draft does very little against it, Naga. Speaking of this bottom lane though, where Naga Siren is positioned, they're gonna try and bring down Lanem here. Sinister Gaze was used up. At the same time, they find Poyoyo in the trees in the jungle. XXX, with the help of the Razor from the mid lane, they kill the Templar Assassin for the 2nd time in a row. Monet might die here. Bushwhack gonna surround it. Do they have the damage? They're coming closer. XXX also in the vicinity. Burrow Strike forward. They do manage to find the kill. No song from the Naga just yet. The XXX hiding inside the Sandstorm. There is a sentry that's been plopped down and it's doing quite a lot of work, but the Sandstorm damage is going to be good enough to kill another support. White Album rotating through, manages to find a grab onto the Spider. Lanem Sinister Gaze doesn't draw back PYW far enough to put him in a deadly position, but it draws him back far enough that he has to retreat from the fight writ large. They end up losing 2 heroes in the bottom side of the map in exchange for the 2 supports, but it is also a death on the Brood again. More gold for Vici Gaming, to be fair. But I think they would have been much happier getting that kill without any reprisal in that bottom lane. They'd at least get Lanem for free here, who was trying to go scout out this bounty rune. Pays for this with his life. Big thing though is that they keep the tier 1 tower bottom alive. Who's gonna get the grab on a tier 1 first? Top lane, still decently high up in HP. Monet gonna try and position in this area. XXX is smoked up with Borax, so the 2 of them aren't positioned bottom to try and keep that tower alive. They will come across PYW, revealing the Blink Dagger here. They would have preferred to reveal this on Poyoyo, and they know that PYW does have the scurry, so there's no way to actually kill this hero. Now that Sand King is revealed top, Old 11 with the Siege Wagon will definitely be incentivized to push further into the safe lane down bottom. Ori here as well at the Diabolic Edict. And the 2 of them should be able to secure this tower. Monet gets the top one as well. If they'd been able to find that rotation, a kill onto Poyoyo, and then rotate back bottom to defend, would have been really good for Team Aster, but instead they were forced to just take top and potentially try to take middle. They know for a fact on the side of Vici that they don't have vision of Sand King and that he has a Blink Dagger, so that he's very likely trying to set up for a play in through this mid lane. He will now reveal himself, and now they are fully aware of this particular plan in action. The question is, do they still want to stick around and mount a defense? XXX will just port bottom. Doesn't really want to be further part of this. He might blink onto Old 11, but Priority here is just to try and force back these creeps. Mid lane, Lan M might get hit with the sharpshooter. Does throw out the chain frost before dying, but DY and Ori not close enough together for that to have an impact. Beautiful move there by DY. He recognized that the Lich was somewhat isolated. Get the hook shot onto her. Borax here gonna get drowned by the old 11 Brood, but XXX shows up with the epicenter combination to get some revenge for his comrade. No revival necessary. We've got revenge instead. As the Brood Mother goes down. That's pretty big because Brood Mother being dead, it's not just about the hero being in the grave, not farming, etc. There's so much tower pressure that she's not applying. XXX, his primary job now down bottom is push these waves as far back as you can to where the Brood Mother doesn't have as much influence on this side of the map. She's gonna come bottom, of course, because this is where most of her webs are, but now without this army, XXX can take the pressure away from the tier 2 directly. Sure, can't take the tier 1 in the opposite direction or force the Brood out entirely, but you've done your job. And they were also earlier on putting some webs around this mid lane to try to take it. We saw the Brood Mother put one there. Now immediately forced to relocate it down bottom instead, realizing that this mid part of the map is going to be unplayable for a bit. And now that they know where Brood is, this gives a bit of an opportunity for Team Aster. This smoke move will carry them in the backlines of Vici Gaming. They don't have very good vision, however, so they can't really find a viable target from this. Leshrac revealed himself in the mid lane, but I think he also caught vision of the Lich, broke the smoke there as well. If that doesn't happen, XXX, who are still hidden in the trees, definitely finds the Burrow Strike and they kill this Lash. But now Ori can go back all the way to base, just get some mana back, as the rest of Team Aster primarily just securing this tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Broodmother's finally been able to put the pressure back onto the tier 1 down bottom, or the tier 2, excuse me. But Aster happy to have gotten the tier 1 tower mid lane, even if they didn't find the kill onto the Ori Lash, who is now smoked up with the rest of his team. Looking to use this hook shot once more, and to potentially get a kill which allows this Leshrac to finish the Kaya. All their places that they want to go though. Nobody home. Playing very carefully on the side of Team Aster to make sure they not get caught out in a bad position. So they're going to try push middle using the Diabolic Edict. Unfortunately for them, Frost Shield does affect the tier 1 tower. Will keep them from being able to dish out easy damage. Very close game. Vici have managed to recover and farm with all of these heroes. The TA and the Broodmother are at the top of the farm charts. Poyoyo has avoided death since that secondary one. Not as farmed as you'd like to be as a TA at this stage of the game, but you're still picking up the Deso at the 15-minute mark with your Dragon Lance. Still ahead of most heroes on the map. Ahead of Monet as well, who hasn't finished the Manta style, but is about to have it. After you finish these 2 camps here, you do have the full Manta. You're still a ways away from actually using it though. Oh, only the 1 camp will be enough because you got a bounty rune. Yay. So give me Manta style. At the same time, they managed to catch old 11. Right. Epicenter. Yep. Epicenter, Inkswell, Stroke of Fate. More than enough damage. This also feels like a pretty pog game for Borax to buy Aghanim Scepter after 4 stuff. Ori! Mate! Mate! Ori! Dude! Alright. You know why that's such a bad play? Alright, so you just lost your spider, right? Look where you lose your spider. Cool, no problem. The key thing about where you've just lost your spider is there's nobody around. You have this 1 observer ward in front of the outpost, but you don't have the outpost itself, so nobody can TP onto the outpost to save you. So let's see what happened with Ori. How did he die here? Right now, it's not looking so bad. You can still farm here, but now you're back. Ah, there's the mistake. Wait, back. Go home. No, don't, no, Ori! Dude! Look where the supports are. Look where the safe laner is. Oh, look where the off laner is. In the fucking grave. What are you doing, Ori? That was a very bizarre move there that we saw coming out from the Leshrac. Does net them a kill somewhere else on the map onto Lane, but it doesn't really matter. PYW will try to break the smoke and will succeed in doing so. That's the second time in this game that we've seen them move into the jungle from the side of Team Aster and not find a kill because PYW interrupts them. He will end up dying this time around though. Vici Gaming, after that little bit of silliness down bottom, have all three heroes of Ori, DY, and Old 11 in this part of the map, looking to push onto the tier 2 tower. At the same time, jump middle, Poyoyo all alone revealed himself without knowing where the opponents were. Vici Gaming, what's happening? They're not even going to get the tier 2 from this. Like, they're going to pop now the fortification. XXX already starting to make the rotation back. Triggering the epicenter, is gonna go in. He finds it onto several heroes. Only gonna get the catch of the Barrow Strike though onto Old 11. Should be good enough to lead them into a kill onto the Spider. Escape attempt for Lesh. Will it succeed? Yes, it will. Not such luck though for DY. Borax does get eaten up by the Spider though, because they didn't keep the full bead on this hero. This time around though, they'll make sure that that's the priority. As Old 11, will he be able to get away in the trees? Monet wasn't interested in trying to get the track onto the Spider. Good enough to find the two heroes. Force one back. They do lose the Grimstroke and a lot of damage on the tower, so that's not so bad actually. Given the circumstances, losing TA for nothing middle, getting the tower this low is probably the best thing you can walk away with without feeling too terrible about yourself. And you're happy that the Broodmother survived. Brood should be dead right now. Sure, so should the Leshrac. But Team Aster, I was praising them in game 1 for their target priority. In that particular fight, they sort of mess it up. And they're unable to draw the bead on one singular target. Therefore, both targets escape.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still though, overall advantage for Team Aster, as now PYW trying to get close here, looking for the 2-hero bushwhack. Poyoyo did end up triggering the Psionic Trap to slow these heroes down, but there's just no follow-up from the rest of the gang there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Banana Slammer Jammer dead lane analysis. Exactly fam, exactly. The only hero that can play this bottom side alone is Old 11. Anybody else just can't be here. Old 11 should be able to secure this tier 2 tower now. Unless they smoke instantly from Aster, the tower is gone. Yeah, it's gone. It's too late. They're not going to be able to defend this. This is the power of the Broodmother. And the building will go down. Sanj and Kaya also purchased now for the Lesh.
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody.
I see the decision is going for the full Eternal Shroud as the next item. Oh, XXX in the meantime. They get the catch onto the Brood. Brood is going to die. You did get the tower, so it's fine. But you're still very unhappy about having to lose your life like that. And White Album will clean up a courier just for a little bit of bonus gold. But I was going to talk about this Eternal Shroud build from the Leshrac. I can't help thinking that you might need BKB. And I can't help thinking that you're dead. Monet, song dude, there we go. There we go, here's XXX. No way to survive this one. Lich is en route, but Ori is 100% dead here. Inside the Sandstorm, they don't even need the Lich to prefer in some additional damage. First song of the game will lead into a straight up kill. DY trying to get a catch onto this Lich. Did find the hook shot, but with the Force off. Dude, XXX, what a homie. Did you see what happened there? XXX make sure to force off the Lich out of the power cogs. And everything's all good. PYW now getting ran down by White Album. Will end up getting the kill. BKB active to prevent him from being hit with the battery assault from the Clockwork. Instead, as Clockwork comes closer, it'll just grant a double kill for this Razor. And with plus 150 damage, you all should Roche. But I've noticed that in this game, in the series rather, Team Aster has been very, very reticent to try and angle into Roshan. To be fair, they don't have any other negative armor outside of their Riptide. So if they had a Solo Crest or something, it might be a bit more reliable to do so, but without it, just be happy to have gotten those 2 kills. And they also have the Naga Illusions in the top lane. This tier 2 tower has gone very, very low. And compare and contrast how Team Aster has done this push. When they are pushing on this side of the map, the resource commitment is not nearly as high as that of Vici Gaming. So the tower's down to like a third of its HP without Aster having to say die twice on old 11 to make that happen. BKB up now for Poyoyo. How far are we from the Eternal Shroud from the Lesh? What I really like with Eternal Shroud, I love Shroud and Octarine. Feels like it's going to be quite some distance before Octarine is picked up. But it will still make a huge difference, especially up against the Sand King. And when we consider the kind of damage he's been dealing with, hasn't been necessarily dealing with big instances of burst damage. It's been a lot of this peppering towards him, even how he died in the last time. So potentially Shroud will be better, given that activation of Pulse Nova, Diabolic Edict can maybe get you out of more trouble than BKB can.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Given the additional tankiness you'll have with the Shroud versus what you'd have with the unactivated BKB. Still would like to see the Octarine core afterwards and or BKB, one of the two. We'll see what the option is going to be for Ori. Oh, I also just realized that this banner is right over the stash, lol. Have to find some kind of way to position it nicely. I'm gonna be tinkering with this thing forever, yo. Like, real talk. Real talk. Aster finally inside the Roshan pit, thank god. This took a while. And it does not seem like Vici Gaming will have the strength to fight them inside the pit. The thing is that's terrifying. They actually have no possibility of fighting in the pit for the side of Vici. Monet has Song to stop them. They have the Epicenter here. They've got Chain Frost here. Double Chain Frost, in fact, if Borax is able to get a decent Soul Bind. And Vici Gaming, what do they have for big 5v5 fights? They've got Leshrac damage, of course. And Poyoyo trying to rip through targets with the BKB, but that's about it. Speaking of Poyoyo, we have been seeing this build become more and more popular, skipping the Blink Dagger in its entirety to rather angle towards Aghanim Scepter in the earlier portion of the game. And then you sort of dip back for the Swift Blink much later, but not right now. With this build, Poyoyo will not have as much to fear against heroes like XXX. Still terrified of Monet though. And also terrified of the Song because he's the only one on his team with BKB. So if you get the BKB off, it's actually for Monet the signal of when to use Song, because then the entire team of Aster can isolate you as the TA without your team being able to help. So it might be a little bit of a dual-edged sword here. Team Aster smoke up with several heroes. DY will break it, does his job. Man, you know what? You know what? DY deserves some hype. DY deserves some hype. Done such a good job across the series of breaking these smokes. These games would have been much worse for Team Vici Gaming if not for DY breaking a lot of these smokes. He's made a lot of these rotations from Aster look straight up bad. When the rotation is really, really good, it's just DY has an understanding of what to do to break the rotation. Also, this is interesting. Old 11 went Aghanim Scepter first before buying a Pipe of Insight or anything. So really valued having the additional spiders and the mobility inside them. Sadly, some of these heroes on the side of Team Aster are just so strong that they probably won't care. Like the Pipe would have helped the team. This helps the Brood to be a bit more effective on the map, but not necessarily as impactful in the fights. White Album. What's he building into? AC it looks like? Pretty much sure it's AC. Ori's dead. Yeah, Ori's dead. Doesn't have BKB, can't TP out. Bye bye Ori. Ori's like very dead though. My god, Jesus Christ. Yo. Yeah, you should have BKB, sorry dude. You know, a death like that, snap. After you die like that, you're like, fuck, I'm a moron. I should have bought BKB, dude. This is terrible. Oh well. I don't think he's a moron. I'm just kidding. I'm saying that's his internal reaction. He really wishes he had. You see, when Poyoyo TP's out like that alive without dying, Leshrac is like, damn, I wish I had that capability. regrettably, it is going to be a situation where you actually do need the Shiva's God as well, because they've stacked up so much physical damage now. White Album's gonna have AC at some point, unless this is just gonna be a casual plate mail going straight into Refresher. Already have this Naga Siren, who is... I can't believe we're in a game where these Naga illusions are really affecting Leshrac this badly. Sinister Gaze now on to hold 11. 11, bye-bye, my friend. This game's over. GG. I would call GG right now. Well, I wouldn't call GG, but you know what I mean. Like, I legitimately, and I'm not even joking when I say I do not see routes back into the game here for Vici. Poyoyo is so far away from actually having a threatening item. Like, this build that he's gone for here, it can be very strong and threatening when the rest of your team is also somewhat threatening. In this game, he's going to be the only one getting forward in the fight, unless they can catch like White Album all alone, far away from anybody else on his team. He's the only one that has BKB for protection. And will PYW die here? It looks that way. Burrow Strike with the Force Staff after to catch him. And the TP attempt, will it be on? Yes, it will. DY might not be so lucky though. The Ensnare is going to be down onto the Clockwork Goblin. And no possibility of escaping this one, my friend. Burrow Strike holds you in position. The right clicks will be there from White Album. This is a 10-0-3 Razor with only SNY, BKB, and a casual plate mail. That doesn't tell you how great White Album is playing. That tells you how bad this game is going for Vici Gaming. But I'm not surprised. The way that this draft was set up, it needed and required them to have a very snowball start to the game, especially putting all their eggs into getting Leshrac into a very commanding position. And they ultimately really failed to do that. Does this Leshrac feel like, if you go to Dota Buff right now, right? I'm pretty sure if you click on Naga Siren on Dota Buff, it's going to show that the hero that's worst against her is the Leshrac. And if you click on Leshrac on Dota Buff, it'll probably show that like the hero is maybe top 3 against. It'll be like those illusion carries, but Naga's definitely on that list. Does this feel like this Leshrac will ever be able to challenge this Naga? Don't think so. There will be a kill here. Naga. Alright, this might be a chance. You need to find her and kill her now. Oh, they can catch the silence onto her before she can song. And there we go. They isolated her. Monet waited too long to song. It took a little bit of an opportunity there to wait. You'll see the stutter. There wasn't actually an opportunity to song there, but beautiful use of the battery assaults to interrupt it. So check, Monet should be songing right now. Nice silence. Tries to song now. It's a bit too late. Poyoyo. Wait, whose Orchid was that? Was that Old 11's Orchid? Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Also, the Aghanim shot from Poyoyo to get the initial silence onto the Naga Siren was quite nice. A very nice touch. Naga, they do get the kill. Does require them to use everybody to kill her, but still. Game 1 started to turn when Poyoyo was caught in a very bad position. And they were playing from Radiant side, so now Monet also caught in a very bad position. This might be the opportunity we need for a turnaround here from Vici Gaming. If Ori can get to the Shiva's card without them losing too much on the map, no high ground being taken out, no Roshan being lost, there is no potential for this Leshrac to get to a point where he feels threatening against this Naga. We're not there yet, but we can get there. Monet wants Aghanim Scepter. So the shot was already purchased, but now they want this really strong BKB piercing and snare. And since there's only one BKB, we know who the target of this is. And that BKB target also being dove upon right now with the Burrow Strike Inkswell combination. There's Sinister Gaze, prevents him from using BKB. The BKB will come out. Soulbind prevents him from using the Aghanim Scepter to escape. And now also holding Old 11 in position long enough for them to follow up with a kill. Team Aster, dive forward, get 2 core heroes, eviscerate them on the map. And that came right after Monet died, just when it's seeming like for Vici Gaming things might be starting to turn. And neither of these heroes have buyback. A push coming with some creeps. Double range creep as well. Are you kidding me? This is going to be a tier 3 tower at the very least. White Album just finished the refresher orb now as well. Oh, Barrow Strike catching PYW. They also forced off them forward into the fight. DY trying to interrupt it with a hook shot forward, but instead will just use cogs and isolate himself inside with several heroes from Team Aster. 30 seconds, no TA. 15, no Brood. 40, no Hoodwink. Only buyback on the clockwork. This is a laner Rax for certain, and potentially 2 because of how quickly they can push here. And they're not reaching for true. No, wait. White Album, they wanted to go for tier 4s, but White Album is keeping them on track. He's like, yo, what the hell are you doing? Focus, focus, focus. Borax will make sure that they complete the full set in the mid lane. How much can they get down bottom? They want these melee racks, and it looks like they're going to get them. Vici Gaming not in position to force them back from this. White Album hasn't even popped a refresh just yet on his spell. Still has the regular Eye of the Storm ready to go. As they finish the second set, White Album popped the Eye of the Storm to escape. Naga also got the Aghanim Scepter during all of this. So now they have this BKB piercing and snare. If they come for a fight right now, Vici, they might get surprised in a very negative way. But they will still stay back. Yup, ensnare, pierce the magic community, just like the old days. Also gives it an absurd cost range, which is really insane. Out 11 here on the high ground. They're trying to go for a pincer move here. Vici Gaming, will they be able to find it? Barrow Strike from XXX will catch out onto the Lesh rack. Inkswell on line M wants to try find a target forward. They're looking for Lesh. Lesh doesn't have BKB, remember. Does pop the Shiva's Guard in the middle of the fight, but it will not help you now that they're directly on your face. Barrow Strike with the epicenter will get the kill, but at the same time they lose the Naga Siren, brought down by all of this damage. Roshan will end up denying XXX somehow. But Vici Gaming take a successful fight. Despite them being able to kill the Lesh, the amount of time it took them to do it allowed the damage to just filter in. At the same time, Poyoyo finally able to just dish out damage without being the first one isolated and assaulted. And they get the Roshan, they get the big fight. They also kill the Naga Siren there. That's pretty huge. Naga didn't get off the song again. So some signs of life here from Vici Gaming. 2 lanes of racks down, but the gold graph, they slash it practically in half. It was over 10k. Lanem looking for a Sinister Gaze target, will not be able to find one just yet. And Poyoyo, okay, Poyoyo, okay, still alive, still fine, thrown onto Old 11. White Album still on the far edge of the fight, being a bit of a nuisance here. Poyoyo will eventually retreat away from this fight, from this engagement. Old 11 might end up dying here. Try to at least kill Borax, but his interruption is what saves Poyoyo's life. Still sucks to lose the Broodmother though. Dead for 70 seconds. Does have access to buyback though, so not the worst thing in the world. I must say, I haven't really been impressed with Monet for a while. Like, this Naga Siren has been in a commanding farm position to be sure, but her commitment to these fights hasn't really been that well subscribed. Haven't seen that many great songs. That last fight we didn't really see any cool ensnares. Obviously her map pressure has been decent. That's why she's on top of the farm charts. Does quite a bit of building damage, but haven't really seen its impact versus TA and Brood, where I think the hero can have quite a bit of impact. Now they're going to want to avoid some fights as Poyoyo has the Aegis of the Immortal. Who did they give the cheese to? Or was that Roche 1? No, it can't have been Roche 1. Was that Roshan number 1? No, they got the earlier one, so that might have been Roche 2, I think. Poyoyo does manage to get away to safety. Wait, someone remind me, was that Roshan number 1 or 2 in this game? Because it might have actually been Roche 1. No, it's Roche 2. There's the cheese. Roche 2. We have seen one song. We saw the song that allowed them to get the kill onto Leshrac in the top lane. It was around here, where Monet popped song, waited for the Razor to be able to close in the gap. Lich also came into that fight, but wasn't able to actually find a kill. So we've definitely seen the Song of the Siren. We just haven't seen it in a circumstance which allows them to take a big fight. We do see now as well that Grimstroke was given the Aghanim shard, I believe, and is trying to build into his own Aghanim scepter. The Ag scepter is going to be huge. Right now, Poyo, given that he is the only real builder of all this physical damage, if there's a dark portrait illusion of Poyo, it is just going to be terrifying in the fight. Oh wait, no, Grimstroke must have bought his own shard because they lost the Roshan fight. Clock has a shard. Man, this is one of my favorite shards, dude. This is so cool. It's so cool. Yet again, he might actually break a smoke. DY special, man. The DY special. The smoke breaker. But it's not gonna break or the smoke forever because they just charge past him. They're looking for Ori. They're not concerned with DY. They're not concerned with PYW. They get the Leshrac down. DY now going to be in some danger. Sinister Gaze was used. Essence Ring will help DY try to escape for now. Gets slowed down by the Chain Frost. Hook shot away though will make sure that DY is A-okay. In the meantime, they also managed to get out on PYW. Barrow Strike from XXX cannot catch up to DY. So they committed quite a lot for this, but all it gets them at the end of the day is the kill on the Lash. Grimstroke will be lost. Oh, XXX found the Broodmother. Old 11, do you have buyback, my friend? You do. Alright, gonna have to use it here. As no Lash for 55 seconds, you are needed for this defense. There's only one lane of racks remaining, and they're gonna try jump onto DY inside the power cogs. They also reclaim a gem from him. Both he as well as Old 11 buy back instantly on this. White Album and the gang retreat away from the base, but they're just waiting for a jump back in. They know that it's a 4v4 fight. Ensnare catches Old 11. Monet, can he get illusions up onto the high ground? Not just yet. 24 seconds without the Lesh. Grim is back, but they do not have access to BTs, and they don't have this outpost, so it's not an easy TP in. So I don't think they can make this happen. They'll have to rather back away. Let the lane stay alive for now. You don't buy back immediately because sometimes you do hope that the opponent won't just try to run headlong into the base. Besides, even if you bought back instantly, it probably wouldn't have saved the life of DY anyway. So there are times when you know you're gonna buy back in like 5 seconds. You can wait those 5 seconds, assess the situation. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. XXX and the gang have successfully waited out this Aegis, so now Vici Gaming have to play on the back foot once more to make sure that they do not commit themselves into a fight that they actually can't take. MKB being built now for Poyoyo to help deal with this butterfly that's been purchased by the Naga. Regrettably, even after getting that MKB, there's still so much to get through. Naga's building Heart next. He already has the Skadi. Your team doesn't really have great burst. We saw the last time they killed her that it literally took everybody only committing onto her to bring her down. DY, if he dies here, this is a dieback. Sinister Gaze was thrown out, but it's not going to drag him back. And there's going to be double ensnares flown out onto the Lash and the Clockwork. The Soulbind though, once it expires, it will mean that Aster has to retreat. Well, actually, speaking of Soulbind, we've never seen the double Chain Frost just yet. They'll reset with the Soulbind, wait until it's back online. Take the outpost in the meantime. You might have a Roche coming in 50 seconds. It would be really bad luck for Vici Gaming if it is a quick spawn. And they'll have to play carefully here because XXX just waiting for an opportunity to get the jump.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dire's courier has been slain.
Courier. Oh! Did y'all see what died on the courier? Oh Oh god. That's big. Old 11's Aeon Disc. With the very least some components for it, but I'm not sure if it was finished components. I hope not, because that would be really tragic, but it might just be the full Aeon Disc that White Album killed. So no disc available for old 11. Oof. Yeah, there hasn't been any. We have definitely not seen any soulbind combos from the Lich. Which is crazy because it's such good spells, dude. Double Sinister Gaze and double Chain Frost are no joke. The Gaze in particular, quite underrated. I hope if they get the Aghanim Scepter on the next Roche that they give it to... Oh wow, Roche is up. It's a Refresher Shard. Not good for the side of Vici Gaming that the Roche is up so soon. Monet will be able to scout this one out. Well, or rather he's pinging inside the pit. And he's not going to check it? Okay, he's going to send an illusion. Or not. Who needs to know if Roche is online or not? Meh, who cares? Vici Gaming are aware, however, and they're trying to smoke up while they have an ability to get a quick kill. XXX forced to pop the BKB. Burrow Strike back now onto the Clockwork. They will be able to still keep XXX alive. There's the double chain frost, that long lost with White Album on the back of the fight. BKB going onto the TA. They can't lock her in position as Poyoyo does manage to port to a psionic trap on the top side of the map. Almost died though. White Album almost killed PYW now too. All they find is the Spider and the Clockwork, neither of whom have buyback. And with BKB down on this TA, they know that she does not have the magic immunity to protect her in the upcoming fights. So here they come. They're looking for these megas. Song still available from Monet. And it is honestly over. Honestly over. They forced off forward the left track. Burrow Strike will be there. They get Ori away. Hey, Ori at least ends the game with BKB. We'll jump back in now with the Blink Dagger looking for White Album, but instead we'll find herself being ensnared now on the left. Soulbind on the 2. There's the double with the grab on the Sinister Gaze. Double Burrow Strike will be there as well. They should be able to get this kill on the Lesh. One more ensnare, holds him in position, and Ori takes a tumble. No buyback available. Poyoyo just has to watch, but cannot offer any assistance as GG is called. Team Aster will sweep the series 2-0. 2-0. Certainly not a surprising result here. And they have made this happen in immaculate fashion. Looking good throughout the process. Well done to Team Aster. Shout out Aster, y'all. Shout out Aster. They made it, they did it legitly. They did it legitly. It's a pretty base game. Oh wait, what the hell am I doing here? There you go. Not a surprising result given what we thought about the draft when things were beginning, right? Yeah. If y'all remember, I was not very excited about the prospects of this Vici draft. I'm very upset that this draft doesn't... What does it do, honestly? Like, what does it do together? I understand the purpose of all these individual heroes, right? I really get it. I see the plan, I see the vision, all that good shit, right? But, oops, what's happening? That was really bizarre. Hold on. Alright, there we go. I really do get it, right? I understand that, but I don't understand what these heroes do as a team. I can understand the rationale of Leshrac into Naga. I can understand having the TA first pick. It is what it is. It's a really good hero. I can understand Hoodwink in the game. I can understand Clockwork in the game, but none of this draft does this, right? At any point in time. And I think right now to win in Dota 2, you don't just need good heroes in all their positions, but you need heroes that can do this together. And these heroes just couldn't do it. At no stage of this game did it ever feel like this Vici Gaming team was a team instead of a collection of 5 individual really good heroes for themselves, right? So not honestly surprised by the results that we get the straight 2-0 for the side of Team Aster. Sadly, neither of these teams are looking near their best. To be fair, it's not actually an important tournament, right? I-League has always been for the Chinese this sort of second string event that you get to go try stuff out in, go with new strategies. For the side of Team Aster, regain confidence. They look like absolute shit at the major. Tournament like this, very low stakes, very no requirements to win every game. If you win the tournament, great, but it's more about being able to demonstrate that you can still win games. So they did it. Aster, who gets putting in work on this one? I say XX actually played really well. Guy was everywhere. I mean, sure, if you want to go by a score, you know, Razor went 15-0-10. That's pretty amazing, but XXX Sand King did everything his team needed him to do. Like, everything. So, shout out to him. XXX, shout out to him. Get the putting in work. Well done, comrade. I don't think anybody needs to get the WCU on the side of Vici. Maybe the drafter. I'm just kidding. Anyway, now that we are done, that's a 2-0. Team Aster versus Vici. So now they get the happiness on the side of Vici Gaming of playing up against RNG next. So they have to wait a couple of minutes. I think it's like maybe 45 minutes, maybe an hour, something like that. And they immediately go into another series, dude. Like immediately. That's so hilarious. It's so funny. It's gonna be in about 40 minutes or so. So we'll be out here. We'll be continuing with some of this Dota right here. So stick around. Make sure that you don't go anywhere as we continue with this Dota 2 action for the day. In the meantime, if you haven't already, please make sure to follow your homie. Hit that little follow button. Say, hey, I like this guy. This guy's kind of cool. You know, if you feel like you want to support a little bit more, you can do like Loki McFly earlier on. Shout out to you again, comrade, for the subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What a legend. And now we wait. For the next game. Also, if you want to support in a bit more of a concrete fashion, you see this here, Mike. People's donations does happen. We'll see what it sounds like for the next game. So basically, remember what I sounded like now. Internalize it, think about it carefully. I'm gonna sound very, very different when we get to the next series. So I'm looking forward to see what that difference is gonna be like. Stick around, don't go anywhere. More Dota 2 will continue in a bit. We have to wait for the lobby obviously to get live. I believe the lobby is live, but the players still have to get into it, you know, they have to get on stage, all of that stuff. So it's still gonna be a little bit of time, but keep it locked, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Some more Dota, some more hype, some more Dota 2 action. Don't go anywhere.
So pure, so pure, so deep, so deep, so real, so real.
rise from the fire.
Alrighty, ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back. It's your boy Snare. We're here for Snare Casting. So, can y'all detect anything different? Does anything feel different? Does anything sound different? Let me know. Let me know how it's going. This is the new mic that I've installed now. This is the Shure MV7. Let me know if the audio is any better for y'all. We can actually run some comparisons here. Hold on. Where's audio input? Let's get a new one. Yeah. Let's get a new one. All right. So this is the new mic. I'm gonna put the old one in again, and then we're gonna swap in between them. Right? We're gonna swap. Check this out. Check this out. All right. So this is the new mic. How y'all like it? You like it? You like it? You enjoying it? And then we'll put the old one on for a second. I have to get out of studio mode. There we go. There we go. So which one do you prefer? The old one, the Samson Meteor here on the ground, which I've just moved a little bit closer to me, or the Shure MV7? Let me know what you like. Let me know what you're into. What you feeling right now as we continue with some Dota for the day. Got ourselves another draft, y'all. Got ourselves another draft. Vici Gaming got themselves trounced in the upper bracket by the side of Team Aster, who I didn't mention it because I didn't feel like there was enough fanfare at the time, but indeed, what ended up happening was that Team Aster secured themselves the grand final position, the first team that's going to be playing from there. Oh, volume. Yeah. Volume leveling and stuff. When I say I literally just got this, I mean, I literally just got this. This is brand new. Let's add some audio. Let me know. I'm gonna up it by say, oh, actually there's software for this. I don't have to do that in the thing. I'm gonna add 2 decibels to this. Let me know if you're happy. There we go. Yeah, I think that's about fair. That's about fair. That's about good to me. So y'all like it? You enjoy it? Is that audio quality fine for you, Frank? The old one, unfortunately, what ends up happening with the old one is a condenser mic, right? So it is picking up everything in this room. Like, so the room itself that I'm in isn't like sound treated, so what ends up happening is that the sound just bounces off the walls, it reverberates really badly. But this newer one, let me know if it's smoother, if you enjoy it, if you prefer it. We out here. Anyway, game 1, Vici Gaming versus the side of RNG. And we can move the draft thingy back down here since we are in the game itself. A big thing about this game, it's an elimination game. The only elimination game of the day. Whoever is able to grab themselves the dub on this one walks away having to play against Aster tomorrow. For Vici, of course, they want to be able to make that happen to get a run back. But on the other side, for RNG, they started this portion of the tournament in the lower bracket, and they've had to play through several opponents to get themselves to this point. They 2-0'd IG, they 2-0'd PSG LGD, and now here they are, wanting to be able to 2-0 Vici Gaming as well. And based on what we've seen, no, wouldn't be the most impossible thing to do. I will admit, I don't think Vici was playing at an optimal level earlier today, so I hope that they're going to be able to adapt when it comes to this draft here. They got themselves the Puck Winter Wyvern, Ancient Apparition, excuse me. Puck AA, Grimstroke DK, very powerful duos. Remember what we spoke about in the previous series? Your draft must do this. it must do stuff together. It must actually work in tandem with one another to be effective. And in this game, certainly you do have the capability of doing that, right? You have the Puck with Ancient Apparition. Puck AA, the reason this duo is so strong, it's basically impossible for Ancient Apparition to miss Ice Blast. And if you've been affected by Ice Blast, sometimes teams run out of damage to put the hero over into the critical point where they shatter. Not a problem with Puck, given how much magic damage tends to come out of this hero. On the other side, you have Grimstroke with the DK. Obviously, double Dragon Tail stun is amazing, but the push potential that you get out of these two heroes is really good. And you have two targets for your Inkswell now, both the DK and the Puck. Other side for RNG, Void, DP, Broodmother is going to be a trio of core heroes picked in a row. Hoodwink, as presumably they're pos 4 for the game. Let's think about these heroes. So this Broodmother can eat a lot of them for breakfast. They have some decent burst against her, but they would have to commit a lot of lockdown onto her alone. The thing that's really scary for me is the fact that RNG have such good team fight as well. Unfortunately for them, it does require a very big cooldown to use effectively, so there's higher uptime for Vici, higher danger level in any given team fight from RNG. Unless Vici woke up, yeah, let's hope Vici woke up. Oh snap! Thanks for reminding me that I need to tweet about this. I'm so bad at social media lately. So bad, so bad. Oh crap! I got tweeted about. So wait, am I supposed to work today? Hold on. What's the date today? Today is the 24th. Okay, thank God. Whew. I just need to check the schedule. I thought I was supposed to be casting for D2CL today, but no. All right. Let me just tweet about what's happening here. Elimination Dota. But the main thing, I need to advertise the new mic, right? And then people know that we finally exited the airplanes. You know, they've got the clouds behind me, but that's not where we're at anymore. What? Last pick Lifestealer. Okay, 5 position DP. Offlane. No, wait. Yeah, offlane Broodmother, 5 position DP, 4 Hoodwink, Lifestealer as the safe laner. Yo, that draft is way too greedy, dude. Yo, dude. Red Panda, Faceless Void, dude. Alright, let's tweet, then we'll talk. Yo. Community sponsored mic, yes. I keep looking at get this away from me, dude. 5 position, fucking Faceless Void. Are you kidding me? Nah, bruh. I'm not with it. I'm not about this life. This is like, y'all remember at, was it ESL or at the major? No, at qualifiers, TI qualifiers, when Nigma picked 5+5 Razor, dude. And they got bodied, like pretty bad. It was hilarious. Oh God. All right, let's make some predictions for y'all. De Jaeger. What's up, fam? What do you think of the new mic? What do you think? Let's put a 5-minute prediction up for y'all, and then let's open the bets as well, right? All right, one sec. I'm just gonna steal a camera for today. Whatever. Vici Gaming RNG. Also, I like this new mic so much because I was listening to it just now. One of the reasons, I'll admit, that I've like refrained from doing some more casual streaming, like when it's not for games and things, just like hanging out, talking shit, part and parcel, because I still like the Meteor mic, right? I really like it. I actually have no problem with this mic. and there's some configuring that has to go into it to make it work, etc., which is kind of annoying. But the thing that it always frustrated me with it is that for the longer you listen to it, it sort of hurts your ears. It hurts, like, the listening experience isn't that great over a while. And I hope this will improve things. Didn't even notice, lol. Oh, lol. Brood. No, nowadays you play this Broodmother from the off lane, right? They've sort of shifted Broods towards this off lane. It's okay. I prefer it off lane to mid personally. I think it just Broodmother is the ultimate it depends hero. In a good Brood game, Brood is amazing. In a bad Brood game, you're like, yeah, man, we have Broodmother, cool. Are you modding? You must have a lot to do today, Diego. Because I know I'm streaming. I know BTS is streaming. I know they have stream running for Oceanic Esports. Mans is out here grinding hard today. Oh yeah, by the way, I said I'm going to steal a camera. I'm not going to do it myself. So, here we go. D-Stone's on the mid DP. This is probably one of his better heroes. So, having it here does make a lot of sense to me. Oh wait, where did my audio go? There we go. One of the things I'm really looking forward to, and I should probably change the camera. See, there we go. I want to see in this game whether or not we have circumstances where they actually get to use this Pause 5 Faceless Void. I am not a fan, personally. Not really a fan, but we'll see how it goes. Also, now that we've got the new mic, I want you all just entirely focused on the mic. So I'm going to get myself out of here. Bye-bye, Snare. And then since I'm gone, let's remove that. There we go. There we go. We do see the one thing that's great though. As bad as I think this Faceless Void is, I think it's terrible, if I'm honest. I think it's garbage. But I do think that this is a pretty good game to be playing Lifestealer into. So the God King might be able to have a more or less free game on that hero. Top lane, Poyoyo is playing the safe lane Magnus on this one, and they will be able to get the first blood by bringing down Felix Shaba. DY securing himself the first blood in this. Both of these teams have such bizarre drafts. Well, Vici game is not bizarre. Their draft is very solid. I do believe they'll be able to take game 1 here. I cannot tell you enough how much I dislike this draft from RNG. It's like no synergy, dude. Faceless Void. They might be trying to get a kill though onto old 11. Inkswell will not end up triggering. That was a very nice play from RNG in order to dodge the Inkswell. The Faceless Void jumps past it with the Time Walk. The Lifestealer avoids it with the Rage. So just on a micro level, the play there really, really cool, but still not certain what the overall objective is going to be. One thing I'm also really concerned about is the lack of damage into the bubble. Even though it's not the Faceless Void using the bubble for attacking, it's only really this Death Prophet is going to be able to put pressure into it. So this is going to be so interesting to watch from RNG. Yeah, you can run Naga, Viper, hell, even Death Prophet. These side of heroes who play at Pause 5, hell, even Tidehunter. The sort of heroes who, it's like, if I get off my ultimate or get off my big spell in the fight, even if I die, it actually makes a difference to our team. We're going to have a situation in this game where Red Panda's like, well, I can chrono, but even if I chrono, is it really going to change anything for our team fight? Maybe it'll stop one hero from chasing another down, but it's going to be a very peculiar game from them. Top lane, Felix Shaba gets some revenge for dying earlier by finishing off the DY Ancient Apparition, creating a small puddle for himself. The interesting thing for me about this particular matchup is because they have this Magnus in the safe lane, rather than him playing like in the off lane or anything like that, it does mean that Magnus is going to be honestly presenting an actual kill and physical damage threat against the Lifestealer. And there are certain things he's going to have to worry himself about in terms of being able to do very well in this game. I'd rather anything than past 5 Faceless Void, if I'm honest. Like, without that, without Red Panda having to play that Void, I think RNG would have been okay with the draft, but it seems pretty bad right now. Nice duo done bottom though for Red Panda, immediately clearing away the vision that PYW tried to claim for himself. Will give away the game as to where the Sentry Ward is positioned. So, you should be able to de-ward it. Yep, and reclaim positioning. Does cost an Observer Ward to make that happen though, which always sucks. The first ghost of the game committed in the mid lane by D-Stones, who has been drawing up with the puck from mid. Might end up dying here though, very low on HP, but so is the puck. TP is coming in, PYW, where are you going my friend? Looking towards DY, and the Siphon is out, gives some more HP in the opposite direction. Red Panda in the middle will die to the Ink Swell of PYW. D-Stones Ghost will be returning in just a moment, not that much duration left. Dream Coil will come out, and they manage to get rid of the Phantom's Embrace, and though they get the kill onto D-Stones, Ori ends up dying first there. Alright. Alright. Alright.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I really thought that DP was gonna die, like, pretty much for nothing. But they got some pressure out onto it. How much damage did the Ghost do onto the building? Let's see. Not that much, but they got kills. They got a kill onto Puck. Puck is like hyper important for the team of Vici, but at the same time, now that Ghosts are down, the thing that sucks about this RNG lineup, because of also how they decided to move Red Panda to pos 5, they're not gonna have Chrono for a very long time. Their only teamfight spell is Exorcism. So even if you lose your life as Puck, making sure that that spell isn't available anymore for RNG is probably worth it. Hashtag worth. And as Puck, you can just go back for this Witchblade build. You know that you're not under that much of an obligation to rush this game as the side of Vici Gaming. Because as Vici, you just get your core items, right? Get your Blink Dagger on your DK. You pick up the Echo Saber into... what? Is this BKB or Blink for the Magnus? I think Echo Saber Blink sounds good to me. And then go into AC afterwards. You allow Puck to be the one to just go straight in, build the Switchblade, and then what you do is you just have a nice calm time running around the map, killing everybody who dares to show themselves.
I could have predicted this.
Will certainly help make life a lot easier for the team here. You see Dreamquill middle, just Red Panda, it's fine, but now here comes the counterplay. Felix Sharbar found a pretty good bushwhack. Allows him to get the initial kill out onto the DY of Ancient Apparition. Puck does get away. D-Stones can't even steal the Invis Rune from down bottom. They need to get these ghosts onto the tower because otherwise this will be a pretty good win for the side of Vici. And yet again, once ghosts are down, a lot of fear disappears from the play of Vici Gaming. Tier 3, or rather Tier 1 tower tanking some damage here. It's at half of the HP. Invis Rune from the Grimstroke. Is he going to try to turn anything around here? No Dream Coil available just yet, so it's quite difficult for them to try and make this jump. But as soon as the ghosts end, very difficult for them to want to stick around. Mid lane, we do see Inkswell triggering it onto 2. Will they take more of this? The Spider came in from flyby. Red Panda jumps in the opposite direction to throw in the time dilation. Does catch several heroes, but it will cost the life of the Faceless Void. Yes, it does. DY with the uphill right click, able to get the kill. And it turns out to be a 1-1 move here. But more was committed, it seems, from the side of RNG, as pretty much all their heroes are here around this mid lane, trying to force out the tower, whilst they still at least have DK down bottom for Vici Gaming. Bye-bye. In this game, what is going to be the build for this Broodmother? What do you need here? Pipe is nice. I don't think you need the full thing, though. Actually, you might need to go pipe, I think. Like, if you go pipe here against what they have on the side of Vici Gaming, then suddenly Ancient Apparition is doing less damage. You have less pressure coming in from the puck. Might be a requirement. I'm not sure what other item build you go for that's really, really good. We see middle, they get the grab onto DY, and they will be able to get the first kill that might set them up for pushing, but RP comes in first. Red Panda does manage to time walk away, but the puck will not let a D-Stones go. Poyoyo making sure to get that kill, and will they commit Dream Coil here? Yes, they will. Ori is like, where are you going, my friend? You are food as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, this is gonna present
Radiant's
a
middle
large
tower
bevy
is
of
under
problems
attack.
here.
Radiant's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things.
God King does manage to TP out down bottom. Not going to be too much of a problem for that hero. I have a bit of... what's the word? Concern is probably the wrong word, but curiosity is probably the right one here. About what the actual plan is from RNG, right? Because I really want to see it. There's no way they just pick these heroes by mistake. They don't know what they're doing, etc. I need to understand exactly what the purpose of this particular configuration of heroes is, and I'm still not necessarily seeing it. Although Red Panda, now that he does have Chrono and looking to try start a fight somewhere, maybe we start to get a better idea. So far, the only thing I've seen is that they've been using time dilation from the jump in, given that these heroes on the side of Vici Gaming do actually have fairly low cooldowns for all their spells. Time dilation is one of the things that can have a greater impact on them than it might on a different team of heroes. So we'll see if it's worth putting this hero in an entire 5 position just to max out time dilation. Right now, not so, because he just dies unceremoniously. Vici Gaming eliminate him. Also love how Old 11 just takes away the regen rune. Does get bushwhacked, but there's no way they get this kill. Even though he does get the Dragon's Blood broken, he is fine. He's A-okay. Lifestealer down bottom, in danger here. Has already committed the rage, but does find a target for the infest. They're trying to destroy the creep as quickly as they can, and they do manage to do so. RP with Dream Coil. Red Panda does get the Chrono down, but okay. Bushwhack will the set up onto the puck, silenced up right now. Thankfully, that will allow them to get the follow-up kill. Poyoyo, will he be able to escape? Ice Blast connects onto D-Stones, and there's a Hood of Defiance on the DP. Skewer forward from Poyoyo will drag the Death Prophet with him, and this is with Exorcism, and now Spirit Siphon comes out. Sharpshooter will be there. They get the turnaround here. 2 heroes will fall, both being set up by Red Panda on the Faceless Void. Alright, good stuff. You love to see it. Very big engagement that goes the way ultimately of RNG, as you know, you lose the Lifestealer. It sucks, but you get 2 in the opposite direction, 2 very important ones, but it does cost very big ultimates to make happen. So now you're vulnerable in the mid lane, getting jumped on D-Stones. Easy kill here. And the thing is, they have that kill threat with literally those 2 supports and any of the core heroes. All of the core heroes have massive mobility. They're all going to have Blink Daggers very soon. Already the DK and the Magnus have access to their own ones. DK going Blink BKB directly. BKB being built up now as well by the Magnus after finishing the AC Blink, or the Echo Saber Blink, excuse me. Yeah, Vici Game is going to win this game. If they had Lifestealer, yes indeed, Frank, if they had Terrorblade instead of Lifestealer, then when they do commit the Chronosphere, there's more space available for God King to just start to go ham in the fight. What's he building in this game? Going for the Maelstrom as well. Just make sure he has some of that additional damage to throw down. Jump in, Old 11, they're able to get the Dragon Tail stun with the Ice Blast immediately down onto Flyby. That's going to be a dead Broodmother. They also end up losing Felix Saba closer to the fight. Red Panda, the other support, can he escape from this? No, he cannot. The silence from the Waning Rift will interrupt the Time Walk away. That is the gold necessary for the Puck to finish Blink Dagger. Now, 3 Blinks are available. The mobility advantage is just too big now for Vici. All of the heroes are so immobile from RNG with the exception of potentially the Broodmother and there's a Faceless Void. Actually, not even the Void. They have such good beat on him and he only has level 1 Time Walk. So it's what? Brood, maybe Scurry, but that's it. RNG. Big thing about the team right now is what do we do to ensure that for the next foreseeable future we can actually find farm on this Lifestealer, because look at the farm of the God King at present. Only has this Maelstrom but literally nothing else. Does POW get out? Yeah, that's amazing. This Lifestealer's in a really rough place. Going for the Sange early on in this game. But even when he does have access to the Sange, he's still so much stronger on VG Gaming on all 3 of their core heroes. We're closing in now on these double BKBs as well. Like, what do they do as RNG against double BKB? Then you have the Chronosphere, and sure, you do have the Exorcism Ghost flying out. But it's not like the 2 heroes getting these items are squishy by any stretch of the imagination.
Has been slain. News of the death is expected to travel under attack.
VG Gaming gonna have a very rough time, or easy time rather, just pushing through on the map. Top lane, they actually might kill the God King. Ice Blast connects. There's gonna be the silence from the Waning Rift. There is no Manta, no Yules, no BKB, no nothing. Get silenced, you get killed, and the Lifestealer does go down. Sure, they lose PYW in the mid lane, but VG Gaming will be very happy to allow this to happen, provided that it will give them more time on the map without the Lifestealer. If they lose Poyoyo here, that's not so great. So the Magnus, yet again in a bit of a bad position. Mag, will he get out of trouble? No, he will not. Doesn't have his BKB finished just yet either. Considered using RP. And there's going to be the RP. Will he be able to get away? Skewered. Oh, got them onto the low ground. But there's still going to be a Crypt Swarm to chase him up the hill and bring him down. I think ideally in that situation what he really wanted was to either be able to blink into the trees and escape from there, or skewer them all onto the high ground. But just like the last game or the last series against the side of Team Aster, we could rather question what's he doing there.
Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane. I see Chrono committed here onto this DK. Old 11 is going to end up dying. They need to Rosh right now. Like literally right now. Like right now. Run. Go Rosh. Go Rosh. There we go. Spiders coming over with the over corrosion. This will give them the negative armor that they need with the huge spiderling army and the ghosts already active on the Rosh. Ice Blast will come in and this is going to be a bit annoying, but nobody's in any real danger of dying. It will just be an Aegis claimed for free. Vici Gaming, despite having a very good lead, will still end up losing the first Roshan. The God King, a big man to claim this one in the game. Red Panda comes forward and they bring in a passenger, but he's just not going to get this kill. Unfortunately, they do not have an easy stun. This is not like a different support hero. This is Faceless Void. If he doesn't, like, say, find the time lock stun immediately, there's no lockdown on a hero like Puck. Still though, with this Aegis, they will definitely have the advantage on the rest of the map for a few minutes. Void building Aeon Disc for his team, Aeon Disc for Hoodwink as well. Finally are going to be getting the Pipe of Insight from the Broodmother. She's going to angle towards this right after finishing the Orchid. But simultaneously, we do also have the BKBs from Vici. The God King might be in danger here. Does still have access to the Aegis, but it's going to get taken out very, very quickly, and they're not set up just yet to be able to counter this move. There's no chrono, but they don't want to take too many chances here from Vici Gaming. Oh, Dreamcoil committed middle. They find Felix Sharbar and kill him. Now there's going to be Soulbind. Only connects onto the God King. It's not going to hit anybody else just yet. There's too much range between himself and D-Stones, but he might still get Inkswell stun. Indeed, he will be. Poyoyo use the skewer down into the river to make sure it happens. RP to hold him in position a little bit longer. Flyby will allow himself to be a passenger to get the Lifestealer out of dodge. And as they jump into the spider, this will allow them to retreat. Very scary though. They just had the Aegis. Old 11 now getting gone on. Do they have a way to keep him alive? The shockwave keeps him up for a second, but he can't get the blink off. It's still on cooldown. And obviously disabled by the right clicks. Okay, RNG. Lose the Aegis, but they make it not a freebie. Not a freebie by any stretch of the imagination. Well, they do lose 3 heroes for this. Or 2 heroes and an Aegis. Suppose that's okay. That's fine. Death Prophet. She has access to her Eternal Shroud. Sange and Kaya are going to be an option for her. She has the Sange in her inventory. And there comes the Kaya. Actually, it's both finished. What I really want to see is the God King's build. He has actually decided that he needs BKB in this game. Certainly understandable given the state of affairs on the map right now. Without this BKB, then there's so many things from Vici that can just affect, silence him, prevent him from fighting effectively. Oh, Poyoyo gets himself caught. The chrono only gonna hit onto the ancient apparition, so Poyoyo can BKB, skewer away. Will he have the blink in time? Still doesn't have it. They kill the faceless void. Poyoyo did not want to commit for the TP out just yet. Will do it eventually, but still dies behind the tier 2 tower. The TP's out from the supports. Everybody from Vici Gaming trying to escape. Also, Ori gonna try and undercut this particular move by immediately going to interrupt this creep wave right behind them. Pushing it through, destroying it, putting pressure back onto the tier 2 tower. Look at the lane equilibrium down bottom. He actually goes to check if anybody's TPing in. Dude, this puck is gonna get the tier 2 or force them back. And now that he's been forced back, all these heroes, there's no more threats on their own tier 2. They can actually go fight. They've smoked. They're going for find somebody. They found Lifestealer. Will they have the damage to get this kill? Flyby. Can he get infested 2-2 again? Yes, he can. But this time around, there is going to be the Dream Coil. They try to hold him in position. God King, can he go somewhere else? They end up losing the puck. God King is, of course, the big target here. Dragon Tail Star not going to be there just yet. Old 11 Inkswell will not connect. In the meantime, Flyby is starting to eat these supports alive. They will be able to bring down DY. At the same time, PYW is in danger. He gets taken out, and the God King lives. Somehow gets away from this fight without losing his life. Are you freaking kidding me? Dude, okay, you know what the really pog play was? When the Dream Coil comes out, he immediately pops out of the Infest and runs the opposite direction from the Brood. Splitting the fight. Now, RP committed onto D-Stones. They do get that grab, though, onto the Death Prophet. Double BKBs were required, and an RP, and Dragon Form. Alright. Vici. The fight, it looked like a dream fight, honestly, for them at the very beginning. Isolating the Lifestealer after everybody's TP'd back home to try and defend an ensuing push. But they just can't execute to make it happen. Also, how did Puck die? I think he died to Flyby solo, right? Yeah, Flyby has an Orchid. But Puck does not have Yule Scepter or BKB or anything like that. Doesn't even have the Sange and Kaya. So there was no real way in that situation for Puck to stay alive. Flyby has been doing like everything this game, dude. He's been doing such a good job. Keeping the top wave continually pushed out for a large portion of the map, then switching tracks back towards bottom to keep pressure on this side. So many webs inside the dire triangle that it's scary to farm the area. More than once providing a vehicle for Lifestealer to avoid literally fatal damage. And now Lifestealer is going to have the BKB as well, so they can't make that jump that they made on him just now ever again for the rest of the game. will always have BKB, even if it gets down to 6 seconds. That's a 6-second timing that you can ignore Ice Blast for, which is pretty huge. Roofable. I think what happened to Vici is just... How do I explain it? So, you know, certain teams, they figure something out and they keep getting better and better and better. I think they've just plateaued as a team. Like, they figured out one particular thing sometime between, like, Season 2 DPC and the Animajor. But once they figured that thing out, I don't think they've been able to get to the next level beyond that. To be fair, it's not just them. It feels like all of China, besides PSG LGD, hit that same plateau. LGD were able to break through it, and that's why they looked like the best team in the world for a while. Vici still stuck, having reached that level and not being able to break through. And the thing is, when you get to that plateau level, teams like RNG, for example, who are on the come up and have a lot more to learn and are a lot further away from their own plateau, look stronger, or at the very least they're able to catch up to you a bit more quickly, since you're not advancing and they are.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
Although, that being said, I'm pretty sure...
Radiant's bottom
Wow, Vici would be upset if they lost to support Void Spirit. Oh, Faceless Void, excuse me. Not Void Spirit. The God King. BKB can start bullying towards the Eye of Skadi. Skadi is amazing this game versus DK, versus Magnus.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Would also like to see somebody in the team buy a Spirit Vessel. Who can build it? I think they can build it on Void, but he wants Aeon Disc more than anything. They already have a full disc completed for the Hoodwink. Now another disc for D-Stones. My goodness, I really hope this item gets removed from the entire game of Dota 2. It's just so good. They're waiting around Roche. It's gonna be up in 10 seconds. Be patient.
attack. Has that
Don't leave. I literally just said to you, be patient, dude. And here comes Roshan. Big man's up. Ice Blast
Radiant's bottom
will not scout out that something is there. Oh, the tree just as Roche comes out. I think they pinged it. Yeah, they know. They know. They know. They have run out of the double damage rune, though, on this Lifestealer. So the God King can't just roll into the pit. Needs to be very careful about the initiation. Nice bushwhack onto old 11 with the time dilation, but these things will eventually expire. There's the sharpshooter hit. Inkswell to make sure that he's a very unappealing target. But who are you gonna make the roster change with, Frank the Ripper? There's no other, like, if you're Vici gaming, firstly, it's hard to upgrade on your players, right? How do you upgrade between PYW and DY? They're actually the best support duo in China. Despite how good PSG LGD looks, I know, but this is actually the best support duo in the planet, personally. Flyby just ends up getting a quick kill onto Ori. Ori, there might be like a smallish argument about changing either Ori or Poyoyo. But who? Who do you replace Poyoyo with? What, do you want to get Paparazzi? Paparazzi hasn't looked that great. Playing on Team Elephant for a while. It's been a bit of middling performances from him. You can't get Fly from IG. Not just because Fly will probably just not leave, but it's not really an upgrade, right? Because Fly is also a very inconsistent player. Ame is not going to leave PSG LGD where he's looking so good right now. The God King is arguable if he's like a direct 1-1 upgrade. We'll talk about it in a second as the Chrono now committed. Red Panda holding Old 11 and Poyoyo in position, but there's going to be the Soulbind coming in from PYW. The damage going to be enough to kill this Faceless Void. Old 11, can he get out? BKB TP out, will succeed in doing so. Who do you upgrade Old 11 with in China? What, are you going to get Yang instead of Old 11? Old 11's definitely better than Yang. Flyby Aeon Disc. I think this is still going to be a dead spider. It's very difficult to escape from this position. Jump on by Old 11, and they should be able to finish him off. I'm actually quite happy about what happened with 23 Savage. I was sad initially as well that, well, 23 Savage isn't going to be playing in China. Feels bad. But with 23 Savage on T1, I actually think, initially I was skeptical, I'll be honest. And I thought that given the balance of the team, Jackie might have been better off for them. But they've really done well to incorporate the 4v1 protect style into their overall playstyle as a team, and incorporating the more hyper aggressive carry playstyle excuse me, into how 23 Savage approaches the game. It's made him a better player, T1 a better team, and I think overall the C region is stronger for having a very strong T1. I was a bit concerned about the region that there was no really strong team. I think for any scene to advance, you need at least one team in the region that's really, really strong, that everybody's playing catch up to. And I think they get that more in this particular configuration. Fight breaking out, time dilation, slowing down Poyoyo. BKB finally popped. RP will come, only catching the one, but now the Ice Blast will connect flush onto the Lifestealer. They need to get out though, because their BKBs are down, ultimates are finished. And Vici Gaming got the kill onto the Faceless Void and removed the Aegis away from the God King. It's a very successful smoke from their side. The God King still doesn't actually have that much net worth. This Lifestealer build is not very threatening. Halberd, BKB, Maelstrom with the cheese. I'm not scared of this guy. Just haven't been able to find good fights for a while on the side of Vici, but that smoke ends up getting them a proper one. So the thing about the Chinese scene is that the Chinese scene does adapt and change a lot, but there's been a sort of a problem for the last few years. And the problem is this, right? There's been a lot of new POS 4 players which are really good. And, you know, that's great. Love to see it. A decent amount of POS 5 players who are actually out here who look fairly decent. But the big problem is, surprisingly enough, in China, there's a distinct lack of talent in the POS 1 and the POS 3s. At least of like amazing talent, right? We've had the same few names for a while. Nobody's really been able to break through. Even like someone like Shylock, who is on the come up as one of the newer generation carries, looks distinctively a step behind a lot of the players. And we see a fight breaking out here. Old 11 in some danger in the river. At the same time, PYW drawing attention towards himself. Old 11 will pop BKB. Still fighting here. They're going to try and get the jump onto Red Panda. Now they don't have the Chrono anymore. Old 11, will he be able to turn onto God King as his rage expires? Still has BKB, of course. Hasn't actually used it just yet on the Lifestealer. It's only been POS 5 for now. Old 11 flapping his way over the trees. Dragon Tail stun back out onto this Broodmother. Very careful, Old 11. They're in a dangerous place, but here comes the Blink RP. Poyoyo activates the BKB. He wants to get the damage out onto the God King, but the God King also activates his own BKB as the rest of the squad trying to chase this Dragon Knight, but the Skewer takes them away from DK. And look at the right-click damage coming in from the rest of the squad. They managed to get this kill. Now suddenly the God King isolated, the God King killed, and RNG focus fired Old 11 to their own detriment. DK takes a lot of effort to get anywhere close to a mortal situation. Also remember, in that fight, right, Ghosts finished. Once those are not available, right, and you don't have Exorcism anymore, this RNG team doesn't actually do that much damage. We saw it in that engagement. Lifestealer in particular, we really got to see how weak that hero is. Vici now from that fight. 25 seconds until they have the DK form available again, but for now they'll have the Empower from Poyoyo. Between him and Old 11, with the 25 talent of the bonus Empower damage, they'll have more than enough pressure to take out the full lane of Rax. To be fair, yeah, there is, I think the larger problem is maybe stagnation in the Dota world as a whole, rather than a specific problem to the Chinese region. It might just be the case that the problems just seem are represented more in the extreme from them, but certainly still the case that everybody is afflicted with this particular degree of stagnation. You are correct, Frank the Ripper. Poyoyo now with Daedalus in tow, Skadi, BKB Echo Saber, Just needs heart and the full build is complete. Almost doubling the net worth of this lifestealer. That's insane, honestly.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The thing is, now that they've been able to pick up this Octarine core and Ori as well, with Octarine, Aeon Disc, the main thing, honestly, about this is not just your increased presence in the fight, but how much sooner you can get involved again once Aeon Disc pops. 80-second or 78-second cooldown versus a 105 seconds. Very big difference. Okay, especially given how elusive Ori has been in this game thus far. Flyby wants the Bloodthorn Nullifier. We spoke in the previous series about the sheer power prowess of these two items built together. In that game, game 2 of Vici versus Team Aster, we did see it was built on a Magnus. Boy, was it effective. Boy, oh boy, was it super effective. There it is. Got the Satanic now for Poyoyo. Time to smoke. Time to try end the game. Flyby. Dream Coil will be there onto the spider. No escape possible. Oh no, there's the Aeon Disc. Alright, but now they need to be careful. Dragon Tail stun onto this DP. D-Stones will be able to get off the Aeon Disc, but now Soulbind on the 2. Chrono will come out, but they still might end up losing the Death Prophet to the Ice Blast. No buyback available for her. Red Panda, you've already used Chrono. What can you do now in the rest of the fight as God King and Flyby try to man up against Old 11? 2v1, and the one is standing very firm, very strong. Helps to set up for both of the ones attacking him to die instead. And as Felix Shaba ends up getting brought down here, it's gonna be a full team wipe. GG has been called. Vici Gaming will take game number 1. God, they had a shit draft though on the other side. Are you freaking kidding me? What the hell is this? What is this? What is this? What am I looking at here? What is this? Somebody tell me what I'm looking at here. Dude, the God King saying, yo, bros, don't worry about it. Let me play this lifestealer, y'all. Give it to me last pick. It's all good. What's... Oof. Alright, this might be the first time we've ever done this, but the whole freaking team of RNG, right, is gonna get this. The whole team. That draft was ass tier, dude. It was already, like, remember, right? I was already having concerns when we thought it was gonna be Void, Brood, Death Prophet. It's already like, yo, I'm not really sure how y'all are gonna roll this as a core trio. Wait, let's see what you can do. And then Lifestealer. Yeah. Yeah. I. Not the greatest game we've seen from RNG. Not the best draft. It is what it is. Well, let's see if they can run this back in game 2. The way, honestly, and also the way it looked. Yeah, it feels like this is most likely going to be a Vici 2-0A. I am not very impressed by what I saw here today from the side of RNG, if I'm honest. I wasn't impressed by Vici earlier either, but nonetheless, I was not prepared. I was not prepared for how topsy-turvy this draft would end up being. How little it accomplished together. How few times we even got to see Chrono with Exorcism Ghost flying. We saw it once in the entire game as a planned thing. Every other time it's sort of like there's a Chrono on one side of the fight and there's ghosts going, but the ghosts are on the other side of the fight, not really helping to contribute to the damage of the bubble itself. So yeah, not the greatest look. But away, Vici, take game 1. Let's see what they can do for game number 2. So do not go anywhere. That game gonna be starting fairly shortly. Yeah. Oh, hold on. That's not good news. All right, I might have bad news for y'all. I'll let you know. Either way, game 2 coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the game. Maybe some bad news, but I'll let you know. Keep it locked. It's your boy Snare. See you now.
from the fire. Time to rise. Rise from the fire. Time to rise. Rise from the fire. Time to rise. Rise from the fire. You know it's time to rise from the fire. You know it's time to rise from the fire. You know it's time to rise from the fire.
Welcome back. What's up, y'all? It's your boy Snare. We're here on the Snare Casting channel. We're hoping for better game. We're hoping for better game. Let us be honest. Let us be brutally honest, right? The Dota that's been on display today has been as disappointing as this mic has been amazing. Honestly, I have not been enthused. I haven't been happy with what we've been seeing here. It's been not been great. It's not been great. Let's not lie. Even Vici, they looked terrible. Since minute 30 of game 1 against Team Aster, they've looked terrible since. Team Aster didn't look that great themselves. RNG looked not great game 1. So we want better. We want better. We want better. On the bright side though, at least my cup has Pac-Man things and they come out. That's kind of cool. Then the best part of the day is though, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, y'all. Relax. If you can't tell, I'm in a bit of a good mood today. A great change for my demeanor over the last month, right? So let's see how things are looking. Vici versus RNG for game 2. We are going to be hoping that RNG can pick it up, give us a much better draft, and things do look a lot better. All right, so it's been a while since I've trashed D-Stones, our boy here. I remember when he first joined Team Aster some 2 years ago. Wow, it's already been that long. Actually, it might be 3 years ago because this was like 2018. And I was ragging on him for being trash for a very long time. And there are 3 heroes which I think D-Stones is quite good at. They're only 3 heroes, but I must still give props where props are due. Kunkka, I think D-Stones is amazing at. I think he's great at the Death Prophet. We got to see that in game 1. He was by far the best aspect of this RNG lineup. And his Invoker. You can. What's the first ban this game? They're like, you're not playing Invoker, buddy. Dethrones Invoker is a thing of legend. Remove it. Do not allow it to participate in the game. Would have been great in this one played with Faceless Void, which it does seem is going to be a carry for the God King because they already have Lion and the Ogre Magi. I prefer this a lot. Red Panda, if you're going to play a 5 position, play some kind of steroid. When you are still on RNG, on Elephant, excuse me, I would say that for the most part, even when he was back on Sparking Arrow, he looked the best on the steroid type of Pos 5 heroes that could, like Ogres, ETs, these type of heroes that not just help you in the game, but make the game itself easier to play for the position 1 in his team. They give him the Lion on the team as well, Kunkka in the mid lane. Vici, pick up the Magnus now. Okay, so this could still be the Poyo Magnus. It could be Magnus in the mid lane. What are they doing for Vici? What the hell is this? Nah. There's no way they're playing this 5 Void. Nah. This is Thingy Void. This is Faceless Void. That's gonna be in the safe lane. For Vici. How are they laning this? So I actually imagine that this is going to be a support Omni Knight. Support Omni, safe lane Mag, off lane Timber, mid Puck. And then, yeah, I actually agree with RNG that they still need a Dank Willow / Grimstrokes type of hero. Winter Wyvern's banned, Hoodwink's banned, Nyx's banned. I don't think you want a Baton. They need a stun of some kind on the side of Vici Gaming. Any disable, really. They don't have... Their disable is trashed here at the moment. Unless they just bite the bullet, pick AA, and say whatever, it's fine. We'll just execute you. It's okay. Which they can do. And Ice Blast, definitely one of the better spells against the Coco Rum of Kunkka. And they had Earth Spirit. Y'all are not gonna believe me, but I actually wanted to say Earth Spirit, but the only reason I ended up vetoing myself from Earth Spirit was to say that there's over-reliance on the kick combo, like Dream Coil, kick to snap the coil to make sure you get that bonus damage. There's also a little bit of over-reliance on getting the initial roll, because now that's their only real source of initiation, unless Puck and Magnus are also jumping forward. And also I had problems with picking another melee hero in this game for the last hero. There's 4 melee heroes against Kunkka, against Lion, against Faceless Void. So in my mind I was like, no way, they ain't gonna go Earth Spirit. In the meantime, they do it, make me look foolish, and RNG will just come back for the Doombringer in the off lane for Flyby. This is, I'd say, top 2 heroes for Flyby actually as well. His Doom is really, really good. And Sandy, what you scheme here, fam? Also, Sandy, what do you think about the new mic? Can you hear the difference? I believe early on it was only Frank, like only Frank and Naskedu who got to hear the mic differences like side by side. But do y'all like it? You enjoy the sound, the new audio? Last pick of Faceless or Doom for Flyby. Faceless Void is there for God King. There still is very little damage into the bubble, which is a core component of how this Void hero actually plays Dota. And this confuses me greatly from RNG, unless the rationale and the idea is that once you catch bubble onto heroes, there's always going to be follow-up from Kunkka with Torrent, drag back on the X. There's always follow-up from Lion. Not really great follow-up from Flyby unless he has Blink Dagger and has already devoured the Centaur Conqueror. This is... I'm not confident this is a 2-0 from Vici. I actually don't like this draft, if I'm honest, but I also don't like this draft from RNG. Oh, gosh. It's complicated. Where do I think we're going from this game? Let me think. I think we are... Poyo was playing Magnus again, right? I think we're going to game 3. But I also don't know. I don't like I said, I don't like either of these drafts really. But I think we go to game 3. Yeah, I think we'll go to game 3. We're unpaused. Let's go. Let's go. Vici Gaming versus the side of RNG. It is time for game 2. See how it goes. See where we go. See who's going to be able to walk away with the victory on this one. I am also very concerned about their potential on the side of Vici Gaming. In terms of taking Roche, taking buildings. Feels like they have to win big fights before being able to do anything on the map. Or just have Old 11 post up by himself. Might actually end up having Old 11 lose his life here. He Timber Chains away, but that means there's no reactive armor. So this Timber Saw is in a very rough place. Does manage to get one more chain away. Felix Shaba, Earth Spike up in 3. Will he be able to close the gap in time? Will not matter because DY is there with the Heavenly Grace. And Old 11 will be A-okay. That's going to be the one X Factor hero. The DY Omni Knight. His presence with the Grace in particular can definitely make a difference. The only concern is some of these spells don't really have like there's no direct concern from status resistance. One team is much more mobile though. Like Vici has much more mobility. RNG have technically better team fight. It also requires to execute well. I don't know. This is such a weird configuration for both of these squads. Also, y'all like the proximity effects? Don't you love how it makes me sound like I'm trying to sell you some illicit product? Make sure you join Snare's NFTs. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this new mic. Shout out to everybody who was part and parcel of making this happen. Shout out Scanto for starting the donation drive to begin with. I should actually just retweet under the... I'll retweet a picture of me with the mic. So Ori versus D-Stones. This is a D-Stones favored matchup in the mid lane. And in large measure, one of the reasons they went for those Kunkka is because it's into the puck. And D-Stones is going to have a phenomenal time with this. Just look at him go, dude. 5-4 versus the 4-0. I think it gets easier as well as time goes on. He's been doing a great job as well of guessing the correct target. Huge thing too is that if they are able to get an early level 6, Coco Rum really ruins the team fight from Vici Gaming. If you look at what Vici Gaming has, right? Their idea of team fight is sort of based around dumping things into the fight. You know, you go in with the Timber, with the puck, Magnetizer's going, RP gets dropped, you Dream Coil somebody, Timber Saw's going ham. But if there's a Coco Rum making sure that every instance of damage is taking longer to actually really affect these heroes, RNG will do really well in some of these more long drawn out engagements. Honestly, the whole situation when it comes to what happened with the qualifiers for TI, right? Real talk, real talk, like actual real talk, right? If we're being really real, like super real, like ultra real, right? They were definitely hard done by. And the only reason, in my opinion, why Elephant is going to TI instead of the side of RNG here is because they stole super at the perfect time. Literally the perfect time to get super. Not only because as you get him, it makes your team stronger, but as he is removed away from RNG, RNG became drastically weaker. Super did so much for this team. without having super on Elephant, I'm pretty sure they do not beat eHome. Like the second time around. Because they already lost once to eHome. And there's no way they were able to get the run back without super. Mid lane, we see them get the first blood here for Vici as they do get the run down onto D-Stones. Wait, what? Alright, this game's over. If DY feels confident enough to roll middle and leave Magnus alone in the safe lane against Doom, we actually didn't get to talk too much about this particular side of the map. This lane configuration, we've only been talking about mid. If you have Magnus versus Doom, not really anything to worry about for either of these heroes until level 6 is achieved. So that leaves DY a lot of options and space to move middle and just try and frustrate and complicate life with D-Stones. Not only have they gotten the first blood, they're going to try to reach for more as they do get the roll now. Kick him really far back. DY here with the purification. They draw the supports in from Red Panda and Felix Chaba. But now, this top lane, God King can't play a solo lane versus a Timbersaw. Somebody's going to have to come back to help him. The only thing that he's lucky about is that Old 11 does not have access to Whirling Death right now. But even with 2 points Timber Chain, you can do such a number on this top lane. Dude, this is so good for Vici Gaming.
That I report the death of Dyer's courier.
The rotation middle allowed Ori to get back close to level 5. One more creep will grant it towards him. Probably caught up as well in terms of net worth to this Kunkka. Despite having a much more difficult start to things, so that brings them back to parity. Old 11 got solo time versus God King, so that's a lane and a half that God King got nothing out of. In the meantime, Poyo doesn't need help down bottom. You try to help Felix Shaba, will bring him in to help Flyby, but also realize it would be kind of pointless without Doom being available. And this laning phase is going to be very, very, very scary because Vici Gaming will be able to turn the one lane that was looking to be super dominant for RNG into one that's just okay for them. And everywhere else for Vici instead is looking much better. Also, what terrifies me is that we have a similar set of circumstances to what we had in game 1, where RNG, because they have very long cooldowns, right, for their team fight, Chrono, the boat, Doom, we see middle, they might actually kill Red Panda here. The drag back there gonna be from the X marks the spot. Boat will not be able to land onto this puck. The Torrent will, however, right after the Earthspike. No, it doesn't. Only Earthspike connects. Puck takes out a courier. Might still die here. Interrupt from PYW with the rolling boulder to stop D-Stones from chasing further. Illusory Orb now finally back online and Puck is A-okay. At the same time, Old 11 has cracked 6, so he can start to harass God King. God King got very lucky that the Timber Chain didn't hit there. All 3 heroes are coming top. They want to try and surround the God King, DY and Old 11 with PYW. Do they have enough here? Beautiful 2-hero Earthspike. Flyby goes top to try and help kill the Timbersaw. Gets the Doom out onto the Timber. And they should be able to find that grab. Hex onto DY will prevent him from having any kind of further influence in this top lane. PYW does drag a creep wave along with him into the trees. Has access to the TP scroll, so should be fine. Ultimately, they keep the God King alive. Does require that they also drag Flyby here, but got yourself a very nice kill, and you make sure that the Faceless Void doesn't die. Oops. And he definitely needs help. Definitely is going to need help in this game. Red Panda. Is this a kill onto PYW? Yes, it is. What? That kill goes the way of the God King? Okay, that's nice. Free gold. Might lose Red Panda for this though, as Old 11 wants to just chase down this Ogre. Will be able to do so. They also, after getting those kills top, Felix Shaba came to soak up experience down bottom, so they weren't losing out on efficiency on the map and having their tower pushed into. Flyby able to come back in time. Still at the top of the farm charts, going for the Hand of Midas. And they need this kind of start. Good decision making was made there by the side of RNG. If Flyby doesn't go top and the God King dies, the entire game is different and it's in a bad way. But because that is not the case, Old 11 doesn't get the tower in this wave or the next one. It's only going to get the tower past 10 minutes. At that point, as Void, you're happy to have dipped into the jungle when you've already attained level 6. Building towards the Maelstrom for yourself. It just makes life so much better. God King. Oh, just get hit with the boulder smash there, but nobody's really serious about rolling forward onto God King. The last few minutes, very good for Vici. Oh, for RNG, excuse me. For Vici, they want to try and have the next few minutes be in their favor. Gonna start moving this puck towards top, but he's already been scouted by this observer ward. This was planted a long time ago by the ogre, and it's still maintained some decent control and positioning of that area since. As they go top, they'll know, time for us to make a swap. Even bringing the Faceless Void down to the bottom lane as well, in the event that Vici Gaming get cute in trying to defend the tower. Old 11 right on top of the tier 1. This should go down, but the only way they have to push, yet again, is if Old 11 is just forcing the tower to hit him. Magnus isn't here with the Echo Saber, so they don't have the damage for it. Speaking of Magnus, he's in the mid lane, about to die here, gonna get hit with the boat. Poyoyo loses his life to D-Stones with the Haste Rune. And they also got the Hex out onto the puck. Finger of Death gets dodged. Disjointed at the end of the day. Nicely done by Ori here. Might still end up dying. This Haste Rune only gonna expire now, but the Torrent doesn't connect. Felix Shaba should have known better than trying to finger a puck who he knows has access to the phase shift, but you know, if you miss every finger, you don't try to throw. Oh my god, that's definitely not advice in the club though, jeez.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
PY dub. Gonna try and get a quick grab onto Red Panda, and this should be a dead ogre, but the RP got committed. Poyoyo finds himself getting instantly doomed by Flyby. Not enough support behind him though. Not sure that was the best Doom Flyby. Without the War Stomp, the Doom in that situation seems a little bit overzealous. And ultimately will not end up netting them a positive result. Now they can smoke on the side of Vici, knowing they don't have to be afraid of the Doom. I think this Observer Ward did scout them out. I'm pretty sure, but let's see. They're not playing as if it did. So now D-Stone's in danger. Doesn't have any backup nearby him. Rolling Boulder first. It gets the initiation. There's the Magnetize out. And this Kunkka dead for sure. Silence will prevent him throwing out the boat, so there's no Coco Rum available. That will lead into a kill on the Kunkka. And they're going to steal away the rest of this Ancient stack. Prevent the Kunkka from having the acceleration that he so desperately required post the laning phase. Especially since, though, yes, he got a decent time in the 1v1 matchup, Vici Gaming absolutely refused to let that be a permanent 1v1 matchup. They've given Ori a lot of help. And now as a result, Ori ahead of the Kunkka in net worth. And because they had such two staunch laners on the side in the Old 11 Timber and the Poyoyo Magnus, Puck could afford to get all the help. So now they have a very nice spread of net worth in their positions of their cores here for Vici Gaming. RNG, Flybys at the very top, but this is a Doom with Max Devour as well as a Hand of Midas. We definitely expect that this hero is going to have all the net worth on planet Earth. He's building Blink Dagger now so that he has a better impact in this game. We spoke about it during the draft, how much they're probably going to need Blink with the Centaur Conqueror Stomp. Does have the Centaur Conqueror Stomp, just needs the Blink Dagger now to help him out in that regard. PY dub. End up taking out Felix Shaba in the top part of the map. This is going to grant the gold for Poyoyo to buy a Blink Dagger as well. Seeing no need to, in any sense, adjust the build from game one, and I'm wholeheartedly with him. There's no requirements to do so.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Been doing a good job of making sure that they never really run into any fight that's going to require them to be perfectly positioned such that these heroes can't overlap standing next to each other. Haven't seen a good chrono, good boats just yet, but it is still early days as D-Stones Might end up losing his life here. Blink RP from Poyoyo. Waiting Rift Silence. No way out of this one. Gonna be the third death of the game for the Kunkka.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Also, unlike in their game against the side of Team Aster, Vici don't need to commit multiple ultimates in this game to kill a hero. They might end up losing their Timber here. Blink with the Doom. This is going to be an easy catch, and Old 11 will end up losing his life. They need to turn this into a tower. Cannot afford to just get this and leave. Yeah. This is the right idea. Start trying to force out this tier 1 ASAP. It's at half HP right now, and they know that there's no RP available. And instead, they're still going to try and make this jump. Oh my god, look at the damage! What? Alright. But also, it doesn't really help that nobody was really nearby the God King. Everybody else was much further away. So they couldn't really even render assistance even if they wanted to. Oh wow, that was a lot of damage. Roll, magnetize, Puck drops everything. Omni drops everything. And that's just... there used to be a little purple stain that was a Faceless Void, but is now just a spot in the wallets of Vici Gaming. So, Felix Shaba hex out just now onto the Omnunite. This is going to be a free kill for them. Just a consolation grab. Sadly, Felix Shaba did not get a finger stack from this kill. Got one from earlier. Bottom lane. They get the potential catch here, but this was a trap. Poyoyo jumps in onto Felix Shaba. That's like the third time, right? That they sort of dangled a hero and RNG take the bait middle. Okay, this time around there's nobody behind, so it's not bait, it's just DY by himself. The tower does go down. This is taking a while, and they do eventually find the kill. Poyoyo, though, looking for the RP, does find the God King. Do they have the damage to kill him? Yes, they do. They still also have Dream Coil available if they wanted to. Compare and contrast the effort it took them on the side of RNG to kill the Omni Knight versus the effort required to kill the God King. Jeez. He's having an even worse game than game 1 somehow. Not looking good. Not looking good. Certainly a difficult game that's happening right now. Also, I'll have to remember continually, like with this new mic, to avoid typing too much because I know the keys can be very loud. Quickly. Will they get this kill? Yeah, they got it. That took a while though, so for them to be able to pick that one up. In exchange, Vici are like, okay, cool. Alright, man. We're still pushing this bottom lane. We have our Magnus farming Radiant Triangle right now. Although he has to retreat, he's farming underneath an Observer Ward. And they're coming for him. So he does blink away to safety. Bottom, Ori and DY easily able to push onto the tier 1 tower there.
Cunningly fortified. I don't want to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Their bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. And I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under
RNG.
attack.
Now that they have lost all their tier 1s on the map, things start to shrink in quite a bit. Ori? Okay, interesting place to be. Oh my god! PY motherfreaking W prevents the Doom from being applied towards this Puck hero, managing to make sure that the Puck can turn around with the Dream Coil on the 2, allows Vici Gaming to win the rest of this fight. Kunkka now, D-Stones, can he escape? He cannot. dragged back. Torrent will try to buy some space and time, but it's only going to be temporary. All right, we need to run that back. We need to run that back. We need to see. All right, hold on. I even want to go into like slow-mo on this one because this was on something special, honestly.
It would appear Radiant's top
So,
tower
oh god, it's live, so you can't go slow-mo. They've 100% got the puck dead to rights, right? But look at that roll. Did you see that? One more time, 100%. Puck is dead. Puck is dead here. All right, there's no way Ori lives this fight. Illusion was going the wrong way. 2 heroes on top of him, but what? During the cast animation, now we can turn with Dream Coil onto Lion and Doom, enable Poyo to drag the God King away from the fight. The Spaceless Void can do literally nothing. Supports are dying on the other side of the fight. Kunkka's now isolated, all because of PYW. And to make it better, right, he forces the Doom to be used on him instead, because the Doom is aware that, listen, if I don't get the spell out right now, this Earth Spirits can still own the rest of the fight. So they get a bad Doom out. It forces Kunkka to chase Earth Spirit instead of just running away. Dude. Alright, PIW. Listen, I don't care what happens in the rest of the game. It literally doesn't matter. We just saw a kill happening middle though, so we have to rewind a little bit to know what happened. God, that Earth Spirit play. What a player. What a player, dude. PIW. Even before the game is over, gets the putting in work, huh? Poyo. Oh, nice. Great Hex from Felix Arba. First chrono of the game that we're going to see potentially affect one of these core heroes. And indeed, they do get the kill. Flyby makes it happen with the Doombringer. Old 11 still alive. And will be able to survive this fight most likely. Has Heavenly Grace on him. Diving too deep though. Now gets X back. There's a Torrent as well. Will not be able to use Timber Chain. Do they have the damage to kill this? I don't think so. Flyby gonna try help out. Here comes the boat again. PYW once more. We see the impact of the Earth Spirit. He jumps onto the Doom, onto the Kunkka. Throws down the Magnetize. They've already lost Kunkka. BKB activated for Flyby. He tried to keep this fight going. They've also ended up losing Red Panda. DY has a double damage unit on the Omni Knight for some reason. Roll forward from this Earth Spirit, looking for a target. Finds Flyby on the high ground. Dude, PYW. Alright, it doesn't matter. Game might not be over, but PYW, man. PYW. My god. My god. Solo carrying these engagements, solo carrying these fights. God King. You're gonna try and run, my friend. Can you run? Oh, okay. It's just Ori that's nearby. If it was PYW, there'd be no hope. But if it's Ori, it's fine. Dude, PYW, what a player. DY probably doesn't even die in this mid lane. Let's see. Has the GA up in 9 seconds. Did get the Heavenly Grace off now. Purification will be there, buying a lot of time. Here comes the silence. PYW yet again finds a clean jump and a clean grab onto Felix Sharba. Huge RP on the 2 in the mid lane. Poyo grabs both Red Panda and the God King. Both of them haven't died just yet though. There is going to be the first Doom of the game applied to the puck. Flyby tries to get away from this. PYW can't catch anybody out, but we're rolling Boulder onto the high ground, and they look and kill. Guess who's gone? It is the God King. Guess who gets the kill? It is PYW. Are we even surprised? What a player. Dude, this guy, this Earth Spirits is honestly just owning this game right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now I feel even worse for not having suggested it when the opportunity was there. You know how smart I could have looked right now? Could have been like, man, Earth Spirit's gonna go hand this game, fam. It's gonna be so good. If they pick this Earth Spirit, it's gonna be amazing. And then right now, I'd just be like, hashtag calculated. Real talk though, PIW is demolishing this game. There were so many fights which would have broken in favor of RNG, which just didn't because of PIW. Oh yeah, absolutely, Sandy. We saw that a while ago, right? From that first fight around like 10 minutes, we see middle hold that thoughts puck in danger. Felix Sharba, do they have this burst damage? Not just yet. Guess who interrupts it? PY motherfreaking W. Now you chrono him, he doesn't care. Fine, chrono me, go for it. They might not even get this kill. They do eventually bring down PYW, but at what cost? Both will fly forward. Okay, this might actually lead to more. And the Timber Saw for Old 11, not dead because here comes Ori back in. 3 heroes inside the Dream Coil. They've managed to bring down the God King. Old 11 gets that grab. BKB was popped by Flyby. Old 11 able to Timber Chain away to the other side of the fight. Now here, he's going to be getting the Heavenly Grace and the Purification to keep him alive longer. And they realize on the side of RNG that they're out of resources, so they have to retreat. Yet again, guess who starts that fight? You know who starts that fight? PYW.
Sorry, I just noticed that
PYW, my man.
is under attack.
You know who he should do? PYW. He should do Omnis on some of these fights though as well. The Omni Knight is creating a lot of effort, making it more difficult for RNG to actually burst through these heroes. This Holy Locket as well has been a revelation for them. And because of how good the laning phase went and top, Faceless Void didn't really get much farm in the game. Magnus was able to hold Doom in a sort of stalemate situation, so Doom's not getting crazy far ahead. There's just no damage on RNG, like at all. They just don't have damage. So Omni Knight in these kind of games where there's very little burst damage is so useful. There's the Grace, making sure that the combo, even though they had the Lions, not going to really work out for them. Poyoyo jumped in, doesn't find good targets for his RP. They will kill Felix Shava. Can the rest of RNG retreat? No! You know why? Because PYW is on the case. Gonna make sure that they can catch and kill God King. Gets another kill onto him as well. In the meantime, Ori also managed to track down Red Panda. His Ogre's gone, down for the count. Yeah. They get the catch potentially here onto this Doombringer. Have a double damage rune, so they really wanted to do something with that. They need to flee because they know that they've been scouted and that heroes will start to make their way over towards them. Dreamcoil is online. Who's he gonna find for this? Flyby gonna be the target, and the Doom does go out onto the puck, but there's an Aeon just to keep this hero alive a little bit longer. Doom blinks further into the trees. D-Stones in a bad place. BKB about to finish, but does manage to still TP back home in time. Flyby will also not get brought down here. So we finally get a successful Doom out onto the puck, but it's only really there to ensure that the Doombringer can run away. And the thing is, because of how much space they've made for all their cores in this game, we're at a point where even if they no longer feel like, okay, we are super worried about the positioning of DY. Hell, DY could be dead, but these heroes are tanky enough now on the side of Vici that even without the Omni, killing them quickly is quite the production. They'll have Sanj and Kaya for the puck not too long from now. We already have the BKB from Poyoyo building into Satanic now too. Of course, Timbersaw is Timbersaw, but gonna have Lotus into Shard. Alright. Not fully a fan of the flamethrower. I just like that it affects buildings. Either way, it's also gonna hit level 20, so that's very scary. Bottom lane, Flyby, trying to TP out to safety. They don't have Aghanim Scepter on the puck just yet, so BKB TP out is still an option for RNG. However, it kind of sucks that that's really their only option for approaching these fights. Hit BKB, try to run away.
I don't mean to be alarmist, but
Oh boy, problems certainly abounding. RP nicely committed there from Poyoyo. They get the catch onto this Kunkka. Kunkka gone for sure. D-Stones, no buyback available either. Now, Dreamcoil onto the God King. PYW catches him with the roll and with the silence. He doesn't have BKB. God King very slowly thrown back into the base. They killed Flyby in the meantime though. Old 11 handling him by himself. There's buyback on the Doom though. 40 seconds without him. 29 without the Kunkka. This time around though, there is no Dreamcoil. There is no RP. This might represent the shallowest of windows for RNG to try and take a fight. As soon as this Kunkka comes back, they really want to try find a jump, but Vici might not give them that opportunity. Will they retreat after taking this Rex? Doesn't seem so. So there might be a shallow window. What will happen? Hex now onto Old 11. The damage will be coming out. Lotusaur bounces back the Finger of Death. Felix Shabar ends up killing himself. Ori's going to be the one that claims the bounty though. But that was a suicide pact that the Lion ended up signing there. Now they have one less hero. Does have buyback though. Timber, flamethrower out, doing damage out onto D-Stones. BKB has already been used by the Kunkka. They need to get him out of here. Boat Torrent will be there. Buyback will eventually come in from the Lion, but it comes too late as they've already lost Red Panda. No buyback available for him. Felix Chaba back in this, but look at the God King. Barely time walks away to safety. They do kill DY, but look at the damage from the rest of the team as they charge forward. They bring down the 3, and that is just GG. GG, 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 GG. Yeah. Interest. You know, Diego, you mentioned that, right, fam? We had 8 melee heroes in this game. 8 of them. The only range heroes in this entire freaking game of Dota were the Puck and the Lion. Everybody else is a melee hero. One team is playing melee heroes against Earth Spirit. The other team, melee heroes against Kunkka Void. But Vici is just clearly the much better team. Listen, I really do understand, especially from the laning phase. The laning phase went really well for Vici. And they conceptualized it quite well. And they ran it magnificently. But, man, the way they just played this game, RNG were just out of their depth, honestly, it felt like. Vici made this game too look hella easy. Ori went deathless. Listen, Ori went deathless, 9-0-14. But there's no way in hell that Ori did nearly as much work as PYW did. My goodness. My goodness. My goodness. Like, wow. Wow, 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 wow. PYW. Just wow. I'm so impressed. Yeah, Aster should check the Omni Knight pick. Honestly, I think one of the reasons they were able to get away with this is that they just knew they'd be able to outlane RNG. I think they would have actually lost the game against a better team, but they got to lane this like exactly how they wanted. To me, it should never happen. This should never happen, right? This should never happen. Let me describe what should never happen. So, we have an even lane in the off lane, right? If it's Doom Magnus, whatever, breaks even. We have a dominant lane middle, Kunkka into this Puck. And then in the top lane, top side of the map, we have a very weak lane, Faceless Void into Timber, right? So what should never happen is that Vici can force you to lose your dominant lane, right? They overload that lane with supports because they know they have one drawn matchup and one winning matchup, right? And they have one very losing one. So they overload the losing lane. It should never happen that from the response of RNG, somehow the response ends up losing them all 3 of their lanes. Well, except for the drawn lane, but whatever, that's just a draw. They end up losing mid then suddenly, and then they end up losing top because of course they will. You leave a Faceless Void alone versus Timber, he's going to die. He's going to end up in a very bad position. So they got forced into a bad laning configuration. They never really got a game for D-Stones at all on this Kunkka. I mean, he got the BKB, but here's the problem, right? Look at this build in this game. Omelet, fine. 13-minute omelet is all good. Just unable to do anything for 10 minutes, basically. Then he gets BKB. Not great. Not great. Just a phase of the game, they keep you dead. They keep you from being able to fight effectively. This Void also didn't really do anything. I think part of the problem as well, beyond the issue of having so many melee heroes on your team, you can't play Void right these days, right? If you don't have an easy way to kill inside the bubble. There were so many fights where you could see God King would get there. I'm Void, yeah. And then he'd look around and be like, actually, if I Chrono here, we're screwed. If I drop Chrono, it's going to catch some heroes on my team. And then what? We don't have follow-up. We don't have like a Leshrac or a Death Prophet, a Snapfire, a Phoenix, any kind of hero that can put easy damage into the bubble without us having to think about it. We're just like, if I drop bubble, then maybe I catch Kunkka, maybe I catch Doom, maybe I catch Ogre. If any of these heroes get caught, they don't do anything. It's not like a Leshrak or a DP who wants to start the fight at the very front, who wants the chrono on top of them so that they can deal damage in a nice area. This just didn't work. Didn't work. This was not great. It's not great. Not great. 15-minute omelet. Lol, a 15-minute omelet. That's hilarious. Yeah. This was... Ooh, yeah. RNG. This was just a bad draft from jump. Like, this was just never gonna work, honestly. This is never gonna work. Well, it could work. It could work, but not the way they played it. But it was a bad idea. I didn't like this draft at the end. Honestly, I don't actually think Vici's gaming draft is any good. They just happened to exploit some brazen weaknesses from RNG and played a lot better than RNG. But RNG should have been able to punish some of this. Like, one hero moving mid. Like, let's say Red Panda literally just camps behind the Kunkka. Literally does nothing but camp behind him, right? That lane is fine. Kunkka is really difficult to kill at that stage of the game. And for Vici, they would have to use all three of their heroes to kill him. Leave one hero top, give Void a game. So, I don't know. Decision making from RNG clearly not as high as the decision making from Vici or Team Aster. And as a result, Vici's a grand finalist. And RNG are not. And RNG are not. Well, ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, that is going to conclude the broadcast for the day. Shout out to y'all. Oh, I should award some points. Discussing about the transfer, lol. Also, you know, somebody was asking earlier about the fall off of Vici Gaming. Yo, you know, there's no bigger fall off in the world than the fall off of the God King this year. Just not the same carry player. There was a point where the God King was, even on bad teams in China, the best carry player in China. Now it's like, yeah. Gabby, Tim's, Armel. Wait, oh, are we talking about what? Nigma and TNC are gonna Nigma and Secret are gonna invite players from TNC? I could see it for Nigma. I could definitely see it for Nigma. Like, because ILTW has already been playing for Gambit, and I believe his contract expires in September. So I could definitely see them replacing the carry position. Like, I'm just trying to think between Gabby and Armel, would they fit in? I think, probably Gabby. I could imagine Gabby going to Nigma because they actually do need a carry player of his ilk. Part of the problem with players like ILTW, Weeha, etc. is that you don't need, right now, you're not the one thing they do not need, right? They do not need players who are wishy-washy. The one thing they need are Nigma that'll make that team like literally tier 1. It's just a Matu. You just need a guy who's going to play his role and not make mistakes. Even if he doesn't win you the game every game, you expect him to not make mistakes. So put Gabby in the safe lane for Nigma, put Miracle mid. I could definitely see that working out. Yeah, I like that. Gabby doesn't always throw the game for TNC. Like right now, for me, TNC, the biggest weakness for them is in the offlane. Like, woo, Bok sucks. So if they had any other offlaner, like besides Bok, like a higher tier player, they'd be 100% at TI right now. And I can't imagine, like I'm just trying to think of the players from TNC. Boomy, neither Secret or Nigma need a pos 5, so Boomy can't get in. I can't see any team deciding to themselves that they'd rather have Tims over GH and over Yapzor. Not just in terms of like the play, but thinking about like where they are in the team, how much time they spent playing together with the other 5 position. Won't really happen. Box sucks, so Mind Control is safe on the one side, Zai is safe on the other. Armel, Gabby, like I said, Nigma have definitely kicked ILTW, so both of them have also played pos 1. Maybe they might want Armel to go there because he also Armel is more of a game winner by himself than Gabby is, in my opinion. So, and he's had experience playing in the safe lane before as well. So potentially they say we get Armel, and then after you get Armel, you can put Miracle safe lane again, or you can put him mid. Doesn't really matter. Both of the actually, what you can do. Remember in the glory days of Matu, where they were able to flex between mid and safe lane. I think you do that if you have. You can do that if you have either Gabby or Armel in the team, as both of them have played in both roles. Although I'd rather have Armel personally for that particular approach to the game of Dota 2. And then for Team Secret, Matu or Nisha. Honestly, I think Team Secret, right, is on paper, that team is fine. The issue is here. Like, all of Team Secret's issues are mental. I don't think any of their players are washed. For example, Nigma, if not for the fact that Kuro was the captain, right, I could actually see an argument for kicking Kuroki and saying, yeah, he's not nearly performing at the same level as he used to reliably. I could see them deciding to make that decision. But yeah, I suppose for Nigma it makes sense. For Secret, I'm not sure because they just need something mental to change, I think, for them. Tim's officially playing for... Oh my gosh. Navi... No. Listen. You can only fall off, right? I don't count this Navi team falling off as Navi falling off because it's not the same team. In my opinion, right? When Navi died for me was the minute, literally the second they kicked General, the team was dead. Because I've always thought that he's the reason the team looked good. That's where the focus of the team was. That's where the synergy, rather, of the team really came through from the most, was from his off-lane play. Without him, yeah, I was already like... There was like a lot of conversations I was having offline with people where literally the moment they kicked him, I was like, oh, firstly, the team sucks and it's not the same team and screw them for the betrayal. So I see what you mean, but the reason I don't count it is because the team was just dead from jump. The reason I say the God King fell off harder is because he stayed on the team, was really good. Very little around him changed, except he himself just started getting worse and worse as time went on. Yeah, Navi destroys all these lineups. Is Tim's gonna be playing for Neon? Why are they raiding everyone? Okay. I mean, for Neon, I can definitely see it. Like, I do not think they're getting much out of having Skembelu in the 4 position there. Like, shame, I feel really bad for Skembelu. Like, that guy has done a lot, played many various roles, trying his best to just go pro properly, you know? He's unfortunately had some really shit moves in the past, which really ended up hurting his progress. What is that move? I think to Complexity, like 2 years ago or something. Like, that ended up being a huge mistake. I think that, like, killed his career. Had he just kept playing and not gone to Complexity and just stayed in C, I think things would have looked a lot better for him. Yeah, I should never have left C, because things have never really been the same, right? Since that particular stint on Complexity. It's just gone south and downhill ever since. So, yeah, I think they probably just kick Enryu, right? Their offlaner who... Yeah. Let's just say I haven't been impressed by Enryu. Definitely worse than Skembelu was in the offlane. So get Skembelu back on offlane, bring Tims into the roster. That could work. That could make sense. But yo, so does that mean TNC will be destroyed then? We'll see. A destroyed TNC. Fnatic is ascendant right now. And we'll see how they look as the team sort of settles in. MTG is getting really good, but also it's in between seasons. I think the thing that sucks is that we only have one actual C team right now in Fnatic. Everyone else is going to be shuffling, trying to do something different. So, well, them and T1. Yeah, but T1, I sort of put T1 as like a tier above everybody else. So we don't even really count them when you think about like some of these C teams, at least right now, in my opinion. They are the standard bearers. For me, it's sort of like how, for the longest time, when you were thinking about NA, you didn't include EG. You're just like, that's a team from their region, but they have their own thing going. Right now, T1 is like head and shoulders above everyone in C, but like really far ahead. So I think they're gooch. We'll see what happens with the rest of the squads. Anyway, everybody, that's it for the day. We're done, so gonna be finished. Shout out to y'all for hanging out with me, testing out the new mic. Just in case y'all didn't hear the direct comparison, let's put you on. Let's put you on. So this is this mic, the Shure one, the new one, and then let's go back to the Meteor for a second. And then that's the Meteor. Can you hear the difference? Can you hear the difference? Pretty substantial, right? Pretty substantial. But we out here with these changes. We like them. Also, I like how it sort of makes me sound like how I sound. Yeah. Difficult to describe. Anyway, thanks everybody. We are done for today. We're back tomorrow for the grand finals. So in the meantime, make sure you're following so that you know when we go live. I'm sure. Wait, hold on. I can't see the. Nah. I was about to drop some shade, but I can't. I wish like Twitch would actually give you like a list of who the viewers are in chat right now. Otherwise, I could drop some shade and say, I'm pretty sure there's hundreds of people now because I started late and who they don't have their notifications ready, who ended up watching a stream of lower quality. I'm just playing. Enable notifications. We're back tomorrow. Grand finals. Vici versus Aster. Then we're done with I-League. I'm very sad about it. I'm actually mostly sad about the fact that BTS only hopped on to do playoffs. You know, where were they when we were out here busting our asses, covering every other game just for y'all? Ah, well, it is what it is. Thanks for being here, everyone. If you enjoy yourself more than just wanting to drop a follow, please make sure to subscribe as well. Be like Loki McFly, who resubscribed today. Shout out to you, comrade. Of course, you have the option as well to make a young one-time donation. Get your name here, like Miguel and the Beast. Or you also have the option of becoming a patron through patreon.com. Every piece of help is appreciated. And if you can't help, I get it. Things are rough out here. I literally had to crowdfund to get new gear. But then you have to follow the channel. And you have to follow me on Twitter. That's just the rule. Anyway, shout out to y'all. See you tomorrow. Love ya. Bye.